The old ones. Is it 25? Could easily be a defend for Mitch.
Yeah, it could be Tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting. As Mitch here, what is it, 20 of Reese. Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch. Tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
Oh, all of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan, and did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially taking all of Reese's chips in two hands. No spade either.
He needs one of the two live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
What a hand.
What a run out.
Oh, dear me, man. So King 7 for Jun. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Whoa,
done
what's that
here,
mean?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 17, 18 big blinds, effective. Ravi calls with the Ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the Ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well, but Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only got to dump the ace on the river.
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl.
How was that?
I'm thinking about Miss Stara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Juan is a champion after that turn.
Wow.
But we continue. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. Antoine Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Antoine action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Twan's not folding kings and Twan
Absolutely
Lee's
not.
not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Twan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding.
Oh.
Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam not all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
Which is the option, that's
There
it.
we go with the all in, and it's back over to Twan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation, Tower. Twan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with tens. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
So Twan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Twan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this, Tower. Second and first
Wow.
and chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
You are not wrong. Twan Lee.
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Twan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in tens and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Twan Lee up to 2 million. Twan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge.
It's actually nice to have John the feature as well, Ty, because funnily enough, every year, the way he busts out of this tournament is just cruel. And no one ever seems to see it, but he always says, oh, this happened. I got aces in against kings, king on the river. I got queen 10 in against queen 9, 9 on the river. I flop quad sixes, he makes 5 of a kind on the river. Like, it's like every year, but no one ever sees it. So,
5 of a kind on the river.
so we're
Look
gonna.
at this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look
Let's
at
see if
this.
it does happen. Couple of kings. Making it 800.
So Jack 10 for Ollie who calls.
So 9-7 deuce.
Imagine the 8 ping.
Oh, do you know what? I'd give it the biggest boom ever, Tav. If the 8 rolls off here, there will be a boom coming from the comms booth. I'll tell you that right now. Better 1K. Oh, so a queen on the turn. Can I root for the king of clubs? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to root for the king of clubs?
Of course you can.
1.9 into 4.3. Around 60%, just north of. Sorry, 40%. Put the king of clubs there, dealer, one time. Oh, yes! Yes! Come on! See you later, Saunders. What's that, 2 hands?
Have you managed
Come on!
Have you managed that?
Oh, this is brilliant. This is just gold.
Poor lad sits there, rivers are set. He's nailed it. He's called it in. One time, dealer, he says, King of Clubs.
Oh my word!
Oh dear.
It goes for the raise, the all in. You got Jack 10. Yes, you have. What else has he got? He's free bet the river. Of course he's got Jack 10. You got Jack 10. Oh yes, of course he's got Jack 10. See you later, Joe. Back to the. See you later. 2 hands he lasted, and believe it or not, that's actually his record run in the Goliath Tower. Level 3 for Saunders. Well played, sir. We will see you on your second bullet.
You owe that dealer.
I'm going to show you a little trick. It's called Finding the Kings, but it's a trick that only works with the 4 kings, okay? I'm going to ask you, sir, to touch the back of any one of these cards, okay? Anyone you like. This one. Now, I'm going to try and find the 3 cards that match that one. For example, if he picked a queen, I'll find the 3 other queens. But remember, the trick only works with the kings, okay? I think that should be king number 1 just there. I'm not looking, but is it? Did I get it right? King number 1, king number 2 just round about here. King number 3 should happen just like this, if I'm lucky. It's like an acrobat look, the king of clubs. That's spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts. Now, I'm going to do the trick 2 more times, but each time we do it, it's going to get more and more impossible. This time, once you've picked the card, you can change your mind as many times as you like. Can you touch the back of 1 card for me, please? Anyone you like? This one? Now, do you want to stay with it, or do you want to change it? Your choice. Stay with it. Remember, the trick only works with the kings. You remember I was telling you that? It only works with the 4 kings. Now, stay with it or change it. You don't. You're sure you want to stay with it? Because I hate to think I was cheating, but you can change it if you want. No? You can change it. Do you want to stay with that one? Perfect. That's king number 2. King number 3, I hope, should be round about here. And that's diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades.
I've watched that card all the time. I'd not take my eyes off that card.
I said we're going to do it 3 times. This time, you can change your mind as many times as you like, and we're not going to look at any of the cards until the very end of the trick. Remember, it only works with the 4 kings. So just touch the back of anyone for me. Which one? This one? Do you want to stay with it, or do you want to change it? You sure? You can look at it. Don't show anybody else, but you can see whether it's right or not. In fact, I didn't even know there's a king or not. He doesn't. In fact, you can lie or tell the truth. It's up to you. So lie if you want. What is the name of that card?
Change it.
Jack of diamonds.
The Jack of Diamonds. I mean, I'm definitely, I'm calling on that one. I'm definitely calling on that. All right, remember the trick only works with the kings. Try and stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Perfect, okay. Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Remember the trick, it only works with the kings. Unless you get an ace, it always works with the 4 aces. I don't know how it works, but it does. No. What I'm going to ask you to do, sir, take 1 card for me.
Take it.
Yeah, take it out of the pack, look at it, remember it, show the camera, show everybody else. Everybody knows what it is. And then pop it in the pack. remember it, right? If at the end of the trick you forget what it is, just agree with me, okay? Perfect. Now, before we find your card, I'm going to show you something with the aces, specifically the red aces, because we've got the ace of hearts. I'm going to try and make the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds change places. Not with each other though, with the black ones. I don't know how it happens, but it does. Now, I'll show you again, because it happens pretty quick. Slow motion review. Now, we've got the red ones, that's the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds, and the black ones, which is clubs and spades. Name for me, red or black? Red. Red, which close? The red aces, what? So what card did you pick? The 10 of diamonds. What a legend. I don't even know how it happens now. So you can check out, it really is the only 10 of diamonds here in the pack. Say stop for me anywhere. The 10 of diamonds goes in here, but watch, it really does go right in there. But if I snap, the 10 of diamonds changes to the ace of hearts. I don't know what you're thinking. Where is the 10 of diamonds? Have a look, sir. Turn it over. Show everybody. Now, like I said, it does happen pretty quick. In fact, watch. But I know you're thinking, where did the 10 of diamonds go? Yeah, way. Now, some people think I cheat. They think that when you're not looking, I take the 10 of diamonds. They think I hide it in my hand, put it in the box. That's not how it's done, because it's not the 10. To change the ace back to the 10, you shake it like this, that's when it happens. Some people think maybe there's more than one 10 of diamonds. If it was true, it would look hopefully something just like this. Obviously, that's just a lie, because you see, all I've got is the 4 aces. And if you want to know where the 10 is, have a look just here underneath the box. Now, you're not watching any of this. Pay attention. Now, I'll show you again. The 10 of diamonds, so you can see, it really does go down here into the pack. So I don't cheat, sir. Please push it in the deck. And then have a look over here. In my mouth. You know, I don't even know how it gets up there. Now watch again, the 10. It really does go in the middle. Now if I snap, instead of the 10 disappearing, look, the whole pack disappears. I know you're thinking, where did the deck go? Now, very finally, we'll bend it in two. The bent card, the 10 of diamonds, really does go down in here, so you can see, watch. 1, 2, 3. And I've got absolutely no idea how it's done.
Sean Hayden, ladies and gentlemen.
Need to lie down now.
The old ones. Is it 25? Could easily be a defend for Mitch.
Yeah, it could be tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting. As Mitch here, what is it, 20 of Reese. Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch, tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
Oh, all of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan. And did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially taking all of Reese's chips in two hands. No spade either.
He needs one of the 2 live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
Attention dealers, please prepare your decks. Well done for making day 3, congratulations. Today we are playing to a conclusion on a 1-hour clock, which will reduce to 40 minutes when we get to 5 players, and then half an hour once you are heads up. We are resuming at a blind level of 6, 12, 12, and your buttons will resume where they were from yesterday's flight. We will be redrawn to a final table. That is when you will receive your last 2 time cards. I wish you all the very, very best of luck. Dealers, please begin to deal.
Form. Heroes.
Hello.
Morning. Ding dang do.
There we go. We're on.
Are we on this show?
We are.
I can't hear myself. I need to hear it. Until I hear myself.
We're on. I just heard us. We're on. We're live.
Yes. Morning. Got it. Found it. On. So there we go. We are back. There we go. I can hear myself. See, I've now paused it now, so I don't hear myself anymore. Morning. Shall we start again?
Yeah, should we start again? chip counts.
Much better. Morning, Town and JT, isn't it? There we go. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 here in Leeds. Final 11. Keith Littlewood, chip leader. George Poppin second. Jack Allen in third. Jack Allen's having a decent run this year so far. Final 10 of Luton. Also, final 2 tables in Coventry for the UK Open. Having a good day. If you'd have had a little flutter, if you'd have been up before midday, what would you have had a bet on?
I probably... Dre and Matt are always going to be great value, very good players, so I think that's probably where I would have gone. I like the 25 to 1 shots, 20 to 1 shots
okay.
on the final, or close to.
What about Queen 7 Mark Whitney?
Yeah. Good luck, Mark, today.
It is going to be a great day. Matt Archer down at 22 bigs is short stack, so plenty of play to go. 11 out of 2, 4, 7. Good afternoon, everybody. Everything is working. We are back. And if you want to play the 500, the cup is starting very, very soon. We've also got plenty of satellites on later for Goliath. 30 seats guaranteed tonight. Ooh, 30. 30 seats guaranteed for 22 quid. At the satellites on PokerStars for Goliath. Can you win tickets to the High Roller tournament? You can play on Grosvenor Poker and get live credit. If you're thinking, are we giving away a ticket to the High Roller tournament, then no. The day 2 starting in 7 minutes time. Anybody very, very close to Leeds wants to get in and buy into day 2 of the cup, get yourselves in.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be taking that one either as Matt. This after yesterday's last hand, Mark was opening, shoved on, called Queen 7, so ace 3 suited. Maybe not the one to take versus this opponent if we're going to get called light up. 8-9 suited for Jack, fine to defend.
How size are we to go? 25?
Yeah, about there.
20?
Shy of 30%. Doesn't matter, hand over.
Indeed. Joe Jock won a 110 live credit yesterday from a fiver.
Well,
Well done.
Jack's not insta-folded, can never check call. Check raise, prefer having something a bit closer or wrap round, something like 7-5 of spades, and we're going to take something, I feel like 8-9 suited. Slightly too outrageous.
Hey lads, what a weekend. Any football bets today? Well, with the first half bet builder coming in yesterday, I might have one later in the day for whatever matches on later. I know Everton's already kicked off today. Last match ever at Goodison Park.
I'm about to kick off 2 trebles in one festival. I'll
Could be 2 winners.
I'll be kicking off as well.
Could be 2 winners.
We never have a treble on a Sunday.
We don't normally do a bet builder, to be fair.
Maybe the way to go
We
forward.
don't normally do a bet builder. So I think we might have an in-play bet builder. Well, not an in-play, but first half shots on target bet builder is what I think we might have. And it might be in the Brentford Fulham game at 3 o'clock.
Great. George, Queen 9 of diamonds cut off, should be opening one of the biggest stacks in the room. Jack pocket 9s here. These two fairly deep, 50 effective. I'm not too comfortable 3-bet calling here as Jack, so I feel like this is the better approach. Still keep some dominated stuff in. Mark should fold, 8-5 off. Shouldn't be defending this 3-way.
Off to the flop, 9s for Jack, flopping a set. George flopping middle.
That way to start the day. Case 9. On the ace 9-7. Interesting one for George. Going to have a fair amount of bets, I feel. Cut off versus small, the ace high board, but our actual hand seems like a nice check with middle backdoor flush draw. It does come with check. That's Jack. You've got to be thinking about George's check that range on this board, that he's probably going to be betting at a high frequency, so we'll have kings through 10s, we'll have some 9x, seeing some like 7-8 suited. We expect him to just be c-betting all this queen jack, jack 10, queen 10 type stuff. So I do feel like he's going to be fairly showdown based once George checks back. 30% shy off. Got to call this George. We're not loving it on Jack Leeds this turn, but he could have worse for value, some 9x of his own. I'll have some of that. George actually going to go for a raise here, in position. And love to see this as Jack. With the 9s here, maybe George feels never getting free bet in this spot, so just gets the raise in position and check back river could be the idea. We'll potentially get some value from some 9x, some heart draws. Don't think 7x going to be continuing. Jack just calling, keeping some bluffs in, get the value from ace-x anyhow, but George going for one of these cheeky showdown plays.
3 of clubs, river, good for Jack.
And this just always goes check, check. Doubt Jack ever plays leads, want to keep bluffs in of George. He's going to value bet an ace of his own. However, he's got one of these hands that is just always knuckling back, the queen 9 of diamonds. Just went for the raise in position to get the free showdown.
Great battle between these two. It has been for the last 2 days. Richie Berners says the only game that matters today, the mighty Iron going for promotion versus Chester City at 4 p.m. Good luck, Scunthorpe United. Team Archer. We've been on air 10 minutes and Mr. Go says, has he missed the giveaway?
We ain't got any giveaways today, we done them all yesterday. It's the final day. I'll tell you what, as I'm feeling generous, I may do another £110 Road to Vegas ticket.
What?
As I'm feeling generous at some point today.
Are you telling you're over budget again?
Well, I'm just... It just rocks up on Tom's desk Monday morning. The thing is, like, I've been here in this job 7 years now,
yeah,
and I've been going over budget a lot, and no one's ever done anything to me. So, so we'll do another Road to Vegas seat at some point today, guys. It won't be first session, maybe second session.
I can't believe it. Just pull one out in the air.
Ace 10-4, 2 hots. Fine blind here. Not out in front. Sorry. Very kind of you, Mr. Go. It doesn't come out of my pocket though, it comes out of online, so it's all good. Yeah, the tickets will hit the accounts tomorrow, Ben Roberts. If you win the ticket, MJW, it will be on Grosvenor Poker, so you'll need to download the client, and then if you haven't got an account on that, you'll need to make an account, and then you can use the ticket on the account. It'll be in your tickets, your tournament ticket area. Go to one of the Road to Vegas satellites, and you can just enter it using that ticket. But when I ask for the alias, I mean the alias that they use on Grosvenor Poker, what they play under.
Yeah. Goliath is 200, mate. 200 total. No questions yet, you. You got us in big trouble yesterday. We had stewards' inquiries and all sorts because of you. So no peeking ever again. Going to be a busy one very soon. The cup starting, the seniors starting at 1 o'clock. Jay's the single reason the Cardroom Direct's Christmas party is just a small buffet this year. That's it, there's never out left.
It's always a small buffet for me when Tower's in front, anyway. Queen for Jack opens in the cut-off. Raises to 25. Pocket fives for Jack Etch here. I feel like this against Jack's a pretty nice one. Late position. We've got 20 bigs in a pair from the big blind. Just got to get through Jack as the opener. May have gone for this one as Jack Etch. It's getting a bit more or less appetising this close to the final table. ICM is still there. We are still going to need to be tighter, but Jack, when covering everyone behind, going to be opening pretty wide and just having a pair. Even when called, going to be flipping a lot of the time. But does turn the 8 high straight. Not going to be getting any action at all from Jack.
So blind 6,000, 12,000, 11 players left. Crowning a champion sometime today. Afternoon, the pesky one. Afternoon, Razor Kev. Yeah, hopefully catch up later in the year. Reading, maybe. Not that far from you, is it, Reading?
No, it's not actually.
The UKPL, 2 weeks' time. We'll be in Reading in 10 days' time for the UKPL.
Queen Jack for Twan on the bottom. Will open. Seven, 8 suited for Jack Etch. Don't think he's going to be continuing this one at this stage. What we've seen from him the last couple of days. Looks like he's going to continue. He's going to continue in the form of a free bet here, making it 65k. It's kind of interesting because if we are going to continue, I think like call's the only option here is Jack Etch, because we can't do anything if we get 4-bet jammed on. Our size here is pretty small as well. Nice price for Twan, nearly 3-to-1 in position, so we are going to 3-bet. If we go for the full 3x or just north of, not really the hand we want. We want an ace, we want a king, or we just want value. It's probably going to work versus Twan's actual hold'em. No, Twan wants to have a look with the Queen Jack, and this is the other thing as well. Interesting. We saw Twan make a big call yesterday against a triple barrel. When you've got a sticky old customer, like all you're going to do a lot of the time with this small size, just bloat a pot out of position, and here we go.
Queen 10-9, top pair. Against the open ender for Yosich. So Yosich. Hi! Oh, there's Sam.
Into 1-5-4. And Twan, top pair up and down. Can't see any other avenue other than call. Just raising doesn't really achieve much. We've got a hand that doesn't really need protection. An ace can roll off, a jack can roll off, yes, but basically any other card in the deck is going to be fine for us.
And the 8 on the turn. Twan with the jack for the straight. On the red card for Yosik.
Yeah, and just one of these which could have been avoided. Just no need to get involved pre with this hand at this stage from the small blind specifically, especially the 3-bet avenue. Just not doing anything in terms of blockers, and just going to be folding versus a jam. But a little misstep from Jack Etch, who been so solid yesterday.
He likes to counter stack, but he won't be doing anything but folding.
It just seems strange how like he was folding A7 suited, folded to him yesterday, not opening them. Now he wants to take the 8-7 suited and take it upstairs at this stack depth. Maybe it's one of these that he's seen earlier in the tournament, someone 3-bet a hand like this, but it's been at like 80 plus deeps, and he's not recognised that we actually don't get to 3-bet it at this stack size. Needs to be much deeper. I don't know, it's a really strange one from someone that was so snug yesterday. Third of his stack over to Twan.
Players down to a champion today, whenever that will be.
Yeah, how you doing, JB? Curse of the suited hand. It's fine to 3-bet 8-7 suited, but you need to be deep. You need to be like 70, 80 bigs deep to 3-bet these hands. The sort of middling condensed holdings, when we get to that stack depth, sort of 25 bigs to 30 bigs, we want to, all our 3-bet bluffs need to contain an ace or a king. Simple as that. Don't really have any that aren't having ace or king X in range. All about blocking some 4-bets and continues. On to the next hand, blind on blind with George here. Matt Archer in the big. Could take this one upstairs. Starts with call. Matt just going to get a clean jam here. 16 bigs, small pair. Just going to get this through a lot and pick up the big blind, the small blinds. Cool. He's gone for check. Okay. I'm surprised at that.
You're not too deep at 18?
Nah, like the thing is the way to say same as like in heads up situations when you're playing heads up, just run the maths of it. 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So when it's folded to us in the small blind, 2 people less in the pot. 17 times 17, 289 to 1. So you're nearly a 300 to 1 shot to have pair on pair in the big blind. It don't happen very often.
No, it's true.
So as Matt, we just flush out all these overcards, 7-8 off, 9-8 off, 10-7 off, all this stuff that we're flipping against. Like, yeah, George can have some traps, but if George had like 5-6s himself, probably just jam. Probably doesn't have deuces or threes because they would probably just set us in as well. But I feel like it's a nice one for Matt to just flush out so many overcards. Just from a mathematical standpoint, it's so unlikely that when it's just 2 players in the pot that our opponent has a bigger pair than us.
Ten, 5, 10 checks, 7 of clubs 2.
Either way, going to be the same result as it would have been. We may actually get a bit of a bluff here from George. As Matt, so may actually work out getting us some extra chips. Would have just picked it up free with the jam. Yeah, 70. I think 17's fine. I'm just looking at the stack of Matt. 17 bigs against complete small pair. Feel like jam's fine. I think it's at the FT and there's a lot of shorties scattered around. Maybe more checks going on. George not letting the queen deuce go just yet. Matt should never have better ace high, he should never have better queen highs. These just want to show down, so thinking about it, but it seems like we're going to have better hands to call with than that one.
Alright, are there any live tournaments in Brighton tonight? Brighton haven't run tournaments in their Grosvenor Casino for over 5 years. They don't run tournaments in Brighton. Just a couple of cash tables. No tournaments at all in Brighton. I'm guessing it'll be Southampton or Portsmouth closest to Brighton.
Ace queen for Jack Etch. Got to open this one. Goes for jam. Little bit too much. 17, ace queen. We want action, just raise 2 bigs, get a call, get the big blind to defend wide. I will potentially have some jams, not many from the cut-off of 17, but these are going to be some hands like small to middle pairs that need some protection. Ace queen just way too good to be jamming. One of these that want to raise call.
Early stages of the final day in Leeds. We are still on 11. The rendezvous shut down? Really? Brighton are refurbishing their room to host comps from June as the rendezvous was shut down. Well, that is a big surprise to me.
Yeah, this has got to go from that. He didn't take the 4s, but I'd be just surprised if he didn't take this one for just shy of 20. There is the jam. George got a call.
We'll be calling with the 9s.
Yeah, Matt's going to shove worse pairs, 8s, 7s, 6s. All going to be in there. Going to be a lot of hands we flip against. Matt's maybe the type that might roll in the odd ace-X suited as well that we dominate. So here we are flipping. Ace-Jack for Matt, 9s for George.
He makes the call. Off we go to the races. Flops sets for George. How do we get out of this one?
Second time we see a set of 9s today. And we do have outs as Matt Archer.
We have a 10 available, and that is it. And it's a deuce. Our first player eliminated today is Matt Archer. Out of the main for £3,650.
And is it going to be final table time, guys? Because losing one on the feature, we spin straight over to the outer table. And we have Dre all in with 4s against the Ace-Jack and Mihal, who is at risk.
8, King, 10. So Queen's now playing as well. And the ace on the turn. There's music to his ears. The ace of hearts turn. Mihalis.
And Dre going to be left with what looks about 100k.
Wow.
Just over.
Big one for Mihail. Dre down to just under 100,000. I still can't believe the rendezvous down. Used to do the Sky Poker Tour live stream there, years and years ago. What is James Dempsey going to do with his trophy cabinet? That's where his World Series bracelets are.
Oh, is it?
They were in the rendezvous in a cabinet. They had a massive cabinet.
I'll message him.
For his, ask him where they
I'll
are.
message.
Ask him what he's going to do with them. Your best mates with Demps.
All right. I'll drop him a message.
He used to have a cabinet in the rendezvous with all his trophies and his bracelet on show in the card room.
Okay. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. Top pair for Twan from the big blind. A board that Jack may send some barrels in on. Feel like just going to get to bet range in the Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow button versus big. Twan should always be check calling here. Raising doesn't do anything. Just want to keep all the bluffs in. If our opponent's got a better ace-X, we're drawing slim in terms of equity anyway. If they haven't got an ace-X, they're going to be drawing fairly slim in terms of equity on this board, so just always call here from Twan. Oh, 2-0 Everton.
2-0 Everton half time.
Please be Beto.
Who said -1 Everton yesterday?
I don't know.
Curtis.
I need a Beto.
Curtis, the man, the -1 king, said -1 Everton with a double later in the week.
And now it's Jack. Probably just white flag here. Barrel a 10, barrel a queen. Just give up on this particular turn card. Saw yesterday as well, Twan getting sticky against Cal for 3 streets with his ace no kicker. Maybe not the customer to attack here. Now we do potentially improve some hands. Jack 10, King Queen both getting there. Do we think our opponent's going to fold a jack here? That's the question. After we check back turn, Twan's probably going to think that we never have an ace. So are we dislodging a King Jack, a Queen Jack? Beto scored 2 goals and they've both been disallowed for offside. You have got to be kidding me.
No way.
I've got me chip on him today in FPL. Me saving grace I was hoping it was going to be.
Oh man.
He scored 2, both disallowed.
Great. Do you get anything for disallowed goals?
My mate's about to get something, an angry message.
Oh dear. So final day, don't forget tonight, later on tonight, 30 seats guaranteed on PokerStars for Goliath. Jay's decided he's giving away another £110 ticket for the road to Vegas.
How do you feel like it, you know? Mark with queens. Raises to 26 to on with a fold in the small blind. And Jacket's not going to get involved from the big blind, no action for the ladies. And Mark.
George Pop chip leader on the table.
There, and could be our time for the final table, guys.
Here we go again.
As we have another all in and call. We saw that Dre was left short after losing the flip with the pocket 4s. Gets it in here now with the Jack 9 suited.
Against the Ace 6. So he needs to hit to survive. Hits the Jack.
But
There's a 6 playing and clubs as well. What a flop. Fading clubs.
well, doesn't change anything. Aces,
No, not
6
at all.
and clubs.
Yep. And it's a spade. Dre doubles back up to 200.
I didn't think you were going to be that high.
The deprived king. Do you know what? The coffee count for me this week is 0.
Just a quick
Zero.
one. Go ahead, carry on.
0.
0. Just a quick one. Mr. Go asked if I'm playing the WSOP main event this year. Yes, I am. But
Are you?
going to be some news drop today. You sound surprised. Going to be some news drop today that someone else might be playing the WSOP main event. So make sure you're tuned in today throughout the stream because we've got some big news dropping regarding the WSOP main event. I'll be there. Someone else might be there as well with me. Perhaps Jackie Chan, perhaps. We're going to see if we can get some pieces sold. I know Chef Brad wants 50%.
Where is Chef Brad?
Probably this weekend, ain't he? He does weddings. He's busy this time of year, ain't he? Coming up to summer.
I thought you'd have been in the chat box because Southend are in the playoff final. Just satellited to the 5:30 on Stars. Then it's 2-0 the Toffees.
Pocket eights into the middle, over the cut-off open and twine. This is a nice one from Jack Etch. Always give the credit where it's due. This is a good reshove. Nice little take from him. Man moment with the 7-8 early on. Looking to get some chips back here and now. Should be working. Twine can't call Queen Jack. Shouldn't call Queen Jack. Should be the term I use.
Who do we think West Ham or Forest today? By heck.
It's got to be Forest, right?
I would say we're out now. They're on a bit of a bad run, aren't they? They're now 7th in the league. I reckon it's going to be a draw.
Oh yeah, West Ham got a lot to play for as well, ain't they?
Yeah.
Finish above Spurs, that means everything to them.
It does. They are above Spurs.
Yeah, but they got to finish above us.
4th bottom. You can't finish anywhere else but 4th bottom.
We can.
Yeah, you can't.
We can.
You're the 4th worst team in Britain.
I doubt that's the case.
Well,
if you want to drop down the leagues and go to the Isthmian North Premier, then I bet I can find you a worse team.
So, 40 minutes played so far. We're in the middle. 21 minutes left at this level. That is us. That is us.
King 6, blind on blind 4, Jack here. Starts with call, mark with 7s. Feel like one that does want to raise up. Just need some protection to random stuff like 8-9, 8-10, Jack 9 off, Queen 9 off, this type of stuff. Does get a nice looking flop, over pair on that 2-3-5. $15k here, and Jack with King 6. We got a gut shot. King high can still be best. 2 over cards. Can't be folding just yet. Let's make the call. Eight of diamonds on the turn. Really good card to see for Mark. Shouldn't be much 8x in there for Jack. 8-6, 8-4. Going to be the ones. And 8-4 probably folds pre unless it's suited. So just no real 8x here for Jack. We'll have an ace-8 as well, actually. Ace-8, 8-6, 8-4 suited. Other than that, just going to have loads of 5x, 3x, deuce x, ace highs. Another street seems nice here from Mark.
Eight of diamonds on the turn. Using it.
That 3/4 pot does the trick you expect. Feel like not going to be able to hold on here.
You're not calling.
This bet definitely jostles out some king highs.
Into the bin they go, as they should. Ajax 1 point behind PSV. They both playing their last game in 30 minutes.
What?
There you go. What league's that?
Eredivisie. I thought that was done ages ago. That's incredible. Weren't Ajax like 20 points clear about 2 months ago?
Really?
I could be wrong. I might be thinking of the wrong league, but I could have swore Ajax had won that league.
Well.
I swear they were like 1 to 500 on to win the league or something
Wow.
stupid. But the chat will tell me. I'm not an Eredivisie maestro. I could have swore Ajax were like 20 points clear in that league, or were like stupid price on to win it. Back to this hand. So I know they're going to open from Jack X George with the free bet here. Gets a lovely looking flop, 733 rainbow. Yeah, I thought so, dead-eyed. They were well clear but thrown it away.
There you go.
There's George here, free bet coup. Just going to continue small VAR over pair. Looks like third pot, 55. Jacket's just going to have to get out of the way.
Anyway, Ajax were 9 points clear with 5 games left.
Ajax needed 6 points from their last 7 games, but they haven't won in their last 6. There you go. 6 points from 7 games as the league leaders. Wow.
9 points clear with 5 games left.
That's crazy.
Jesus.
Needed 6 points from 7. So they could just draw 6 and lose 1, and then that would be it, champions.
And that's not happened.
Nearly as bad as Walsall.
Yeah, Walsall were 12 points clear. With about 10 games left.
To be fair, Arsenal were about 10 points clear of third, weren't they?
Were they?
Yeah. I'm sure Liverpool and Arsenal like drew away from the pack, and then
Right.
I don't hear anyone. Was there any bets today? I hope not. Tower said he's going to do another treble. Who bus asked Tom? Matt Archer.
On the feast table. I am doing a first half shot on target bet builder in the Brentford game.
Right.
That's what I'm doing. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff, and as soon as the teams come out, we'll have a study.
A study.
Aye.
Don't forget, this evening, guys.
30 seats guaranteed tonight. 30 seats guaranteed for 22 quid, starting at 8 o'clock. And as you can see there, on the 5 that are there are 96 tickets available. So 96 seats guaranteed from this Sunday and next Sunday, and the 3 in between. There's also £4.40 games that run as well. Smaller tickets as well, the 440s. So if you want to get in them, there's plenty going on. I know a lot of people will be satelliting in the last month. A lot of people don't bother with the satellites until it's too late. You've not been running satellites? We have been running them since May. But PokerStars being partners for Goliath this year. And then the satellites are on PokerStars, and the live credit is on Grosvenor Poker. And 220, says Richie.
Time to triple it off. Pocket 4s on the King Jack 10. Feel like on a lot of brick turns we get the barrel. Again as Jack here. 25k to start proceedings.
How are you? You alright?
This is out now.
Get in the
George
seniors.
starts to check call. Only option. No raising, no folding. Or maybe one of these that Jack just knuckles on now. He still beats some Queen X that's up and down. Still beats some Ace Highs perhaps that call against his size, but this tenor, not the most appetising card to barrel on. Like George gonna call all this 10x on the flop. Gonna have more than us when we open under the gun from the big blind as chip leader. And maybe even thinking about a turn lead here as George on the 10. Slightly better for us against the under the gun opening range, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Just prevent Jack from taking a free one with something like an Ace X here. An Ace 9 for Ace Deuce suited. Still can find an Ace or a Queen to jump in front of us. So just flushing out a little 20% equity sometimes. Leading on the turn does the trick.
Simply Pesky, PokerStars have got involved as partners of the Goliath and running satellites, and Grosvenor concentrating on the live credits, the Las Vegas packages as well, and other events. There may be later in the year, but we're not too sure whether they're on Grosvenor or not. But at the moment, Stars, and as we just showed you there, 96 seats guaranteed, Sunday to Sunday.
Yeah, rumour has it someone in the Stars team come across the video of Tower interviewing Patrick Antonius in a Joker's outfit and thought, oh, we want to get involved in that. Joker's Wild will be back this year, and our WSOP fantasy team's going to be coming out in Reading.
Yes, they are.
Tower and I will be going head to head for Vegas.
I've got 10 days to study. I've even given him first pick this year because I had first pick last year and he said it wasn't fair. So I'm going to win again, having second pick.
George in the small starts with complete here. 40 way too much to just be sending. Jack checking his option. And a fun one. Top pair for Jack. George got shot with his sixes. Feel like Jack always wants to bet here with top line on blind. Plenty to get value from. Worse 9x, 8x, 5x, 6x and 7x. Hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10. Just a whole host out there to get paid from. But we're going to mix in a sneaky little check behind.
Five of diamonds on the turn. Same scenario for both players.
He may assess as George expect Jack to bet summon his 9x and 8x when check too, so maybe feels like 6 is good enough bet most of the time here. Get some value from some ace high stuff, charge some diamond draws, stuff like Jack 10, Queen 10 in there. 12k. Jack makes the call. Queen diamonds on the river here. Should be a pretty clear check for George. Difficult to get value from worse now. Ace highs aren't calling on this particular river. But then it's Jack. I feel like we need to go for value blind on blind when we elect to check our hand on the flop. Especially when the king plays as well, which is important. We're going to outkick other 9x. Some 8x in there for George as well. Like George goes for value here with a 5, even on the flush completer. Goes for value with his flushes, but Jack goes for the check behind. But I feel like once we check that back on the flop, it's under-repped. Can still have bluffs, maybe target the 9x, 8x of our opponent. I just assess that has a 5 or a flush, he's just going to continue betting river. Doesn't want to risk us checking back. You feel like we need to get more than one street with that top pair hand blind on blind, even on that specific run out. I forgot I've got some donuts here.
What?
Oh, these are mine. I've got these brought in for me. Someone asked me earlier in the week, would you like some donuts? I said yes. And here they are.
How many is there?
Just one.
Just one.
Yeah, just one. There's just one in this box.
Just one. Just one.
Just one.
Just one. Hang on. Yeah. Is the only one in there?
Just one.
Is there?
Only one.
Oh, damn.
Don't worry about any donuts. One for me. And that is it. I'll leave that there for later. I'll enjoy that
That one
with a cup of tea. Yeah, one donut in there. Honestly, I don't know why they got a big box like that for one donut, but obviously they didn't have any of the smaller packaging.
You know what crisps are like these days? Packs are that big and there's that many crisps in them.
Exactly. So I'll have my donut after my tea later. Thank you to Carl Bellis.
No.
No,
No.
I thought it was Carl because when I come in, he was here with the donuts on my laptop.
Was not Cole.
Oh, who was it that said they're bringing me donuts?
Yeah. The big question is if you don't know his name.
Oh, no.
He said that Tower could have it.
No. So many people in the chat.
Yeah, there is. Chris Maiden's off to Vegas next Sunday. Enjoy Vegas next Sunday, Chris.
Oh, I feel like it's a couple because I remember we go past the donut shop. They wouldn't use the word we.
Enjoy Vegas, Chris. Afternoon, Tom. Tom Cazalet's hoping Andreas gets a spin.
There's not, Tony. There's not one more than one donut in that box. Just the one that I'll be having after my tea. And the cut off here. George flops a flush draw, just 6 higher. Probably happy to continue. We're just going to get a lot more bets when we cover so heavily. That's kind of the idea. And players are perceived to be overfolding at this stage, not calling down as they should be. Can apply a lot more pressure. Does turn a pair here to go alongside his flush draw, so maybe now think about it. Hunting for showdown, but this is where he does bet. One turns a 6 here, but horrible wheel. It's really spot to continue. We are getting a nice price. It's the only thing that probably keeps us in. 6.5 to 1 on a call. But even seeing an 8 river, we're not really loving life here. And it's It's the ace of diamonds, and I guess now as George, we don't get to the river with a worse hand than bottom pair. So,
will we chop it up, or will George fire again?
I think he should fire again, Tal, but I've got every street wrong for George this one. I think we should just bet flop when we cover this heavily with 6 high. And I think we should check turn when we pick up some showdown, so he went for bet. So every street incorrect by myself so far, but surely this one has to be bluff. Just target stuff like Queen X, 10X, 9X from the big blind. It's just horrible when this goes check and we lose to like 8, 9, something along those lines. I'd be surprised if George didn't unload here. We just don't beat anything here with a 6. Maybe something like King 7 of spades, but only a few select combos. Yeah, this is a good find. So it goes for 66.
That would be that. Should be. Everything just about completes that we were drawing for.
Nice from George.
Very nice, and he played some good stuff. Chip leader. There are the 9 prizes when we get to the final. We are on 10 at the minute.
Hour into the day, come back with 11. Not at the final yet.
And Sean Pesky Perry says, Che, you actually could cut that donut in half. Just saying, I'm only reading out what the chat box. I'm only reading what the chat box have said.
It's one of them funky shaped donuts, like it's in like a loads of squiggles. So I can't technically cut it in half. Then no, because it would be unfair.
No, I'm just saying, just in case there's a knife here.
Someone would get a bigger half than the other person, so it's not fair. It's one of them.
Do you know what my mum and dad used to do? See, when we grew up in the 70s,
yeah,
we didn't get a lot.
Yeah.
Right. So we only had when we always did a Friday big. We only ever did a Friday big shop. That was it, right? And we got treats. We used to get a ski yogurt.
A ski yogurt.
Yeah. And we used to get big bag of crisps, whatever flavour we wanted.
Okay.
And we used to get either Mars bars or marathons, which are now Snickers.
Yeah.
But we always picked Mars bars. So what we did is, every time there was like 2 of us left, we'll just jump back to this, because this is quite important in life. We'll just jump back to this.
I thought this is important today. This all in.
Well, it is. The fist bumping as well, I like that.
So,
and George?
Yeah, just a bit of a call up. Ace Queen versus Ace King in a 5-handed setting. Always getting in at this stack depth. Jack Etch. Fading ladies. No runners here for the Ace Queen. That will seal the deal.
Very nice indeed. So back to the story. So when we got the Mars bars, me and my sister, we had to share, right?
Yep.
So we got a Mars bar, and back in the day, Mars bars were this big.
Yep.
Because they were proper sizes. None of this, we have to make it smaller because kids are getting bigger. We'll just get outside and go and play with mud. So we got a Mars bar like that. We had a knife, and one person cut it, and the other one chose which half they wanted.
Oh.
So you had to be accurate.
Okay, yeah.
You had to be.
I like that.
It took half an hour.
That's actually a good.
You were like.
Who come up with that?
My mum.
That's a great idea. That
My mum.
Kids. One cuts it, the other
One
gets to choose
cuts it,
first.
the other one gets to choose it. So if you're doing 3/4 and you're giving that, oh no, you'd pick that one.
Oh.
So we were bang on it. We could cut 50%. We were skillful. In the end, we nailed it. We literally were 50-50. But we had that's how hard it was in the 70s. That's how tough it was. We had to cut us chocolate in half. Really. So just saying, if you feel like you're being friendly and nice to your work colleagues,
I was actually,
there's a knife.
I was going to actually cut it in half, but then Chris has just said you should look after your elders and tower. So I'm actually looking after you by not giving you half a donut. When you
svelte.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking after the svelte figure.
I'm looking after you that way.
Okay. ski yogurts. They were, although, I tell you what, cherry ski yogurts were my favourite thing ever. And then because you only got your ski yogurt, your chocolate and your crisps all week, that was it.
Yeah.
You used to have to wait until later in the week when everybody else had eaten theirs, and then you'd tease them.
How you doing, fun guy slots?
Afternoon, Lenny.
Couple of kings for Jack Etch here. And this is interesting. This could actually go in. I feel like some opponents, we would 4-bet jam this hand as Twan. Jack Etch been on the feature a lot the last couple of days and doesn't really get out of line much. We saw the 7-8 of clubs before. Twan goes for the 3x open here. I've just actually noticed the size that he's elected to open. Goes for full 3x. And now George, guess we just fold here with the ace jack of diamonds. We've got a 3x open and the tightest player left in the field wants to 3-bet that open. Although the size is fairly small here, making it just south of 7 bigs. So tiny when Twan makes it 3 bigs. Now, Twan is just going to call and take his price. Like these two hands, 5-handed set and button versus small, can definitely get in at this stack depth. So Jack Etch here, 10-6-4. Just going to continue. Twan still ahead of some of this ace high type stuff. I feel like a really key component here though when Jack Etch starts the hand at like 27 bigs. Like we saw that massive open jam already with ace queen. So I feel like when Jack Etch has his ace king, ace queen, he just sends them into the middle. I don't think he's going to 3-bet not all in at that stack depth, which I think is a very important component in this hand. Like if someone's open shoving ace queen from cut off at 18 bigs, when someone opens button 3 big blinds, they're probably going to send in ace king, ace queen rather than going for 3-bet not all in, which I think is very important here for Twan to take into account. Lovely turn to see. 4 shouldn't change anything here, shouldn't be any 4x in Twan's range. Well, I guess when we go that size pre, maybe Twan does get to call 4-5 suited, ace 4 suited, these type of holdings. But it does slow it down with a check, making it look like he has an ace king, ace queen type hand. But I really think it's an important factor, this spot against Jack Etch. I'm going to make the assumption that he just jams ace king, ace queen against a 3 big blind button open. He doesn't 3-bet them. And then he just 3-bets his bluffs and his bladed hands like aces and kings.
5 of spades, river.
How you doing, James? Just seen the chat. James Uplook.
Yep.
Tuning in.
Charlie Reid is in.
So now we're going to go for his value. He missed on the turn, hoping that Twan has a 10 and he has some sort of non-believing pocket pair. 86k on the river, really trying to milk it. Doesn't go for the lot. But I feel like it's so important for Twan here to recognise what hands 3-bet send off a 27 from this opponent. Non-believer in Twan does flick in the call. Thumbs up for Jack Etch.
Very nice indeed. Up to 600k.
We're all good, James. Big sweat for the lad. It is a big sweat for him. think it's Tom now. We are getting that good price, but like we can start ranging our opponent with what happened pre-flop straight away. I feel like this is an opponent that just jams ace queen, ace king, ace jack for a hefty amount of big blinds. May even just flat ace jack, this guy. So I feel like when we get there, when he c-bets the 10 high board, it's just weighted so heavily towards overpairs because like this linear range of high cards just jams pre, in my opinion. We've seen Twan, he doesn't like to fold rivers, made a couple of calls yesterday with marginal holdings on 5th Street. Curious man.
There's Jack the Twan. Going to raise it up from gun. And 30 bigs just shy off.
Yeah, once again going for this extortion on the opening size, veering towards 3x. Just start isolating a better range of hands that continue. Like George wakes up with ace 10 off here, he's got an easy fold. Like if we open 2 bigs, may elect a 3-bet, may elect a flat. But against 3 big blinds, we just start getting better hands to continue. Mark here, 9-7 off, it defends against 2 bigs. It's not going to defend against 3 bigs. We want these hands in there. Want to get some value. Ace jack, big hand, 5-handed.
Big raise, big hand.
I think if you're George and Jack, you don't really want this to get to the final table. I think you're happy sat here in this 5-handed setting. Like these two would be happy to sit on this table and play all day 5-handed.
Charlie Reid's dad. He says, I've actually beat James Adler and Charlie Reid in a home game. Well done. Well done, Mr. Reid. What big tournaments you doing in Vegas? Jay, says Razor Kev?
Just the 2 10Ks, I think, Kev. Don't think I'm going to have as many buy-ins as last year. We went a bit mad last year. Was out there for longer, obviously. 5 weeks, a long time. I'm just going to go out for 3 weeks, I think, this year. 10k PLO I'll play, 10k main event I'll play. I'll probably play a satellite because they're pretty soft to the win 10k main as well, but I won't buy in directly. But then just lots of sort of 1ks to 3ks scattered around. Just the 10k PLO main and the 10k WSOP main going to be the bigger ones.
This man getting the cards again. Sees a flop of ace, queen, jack. Both flopping second pair. I've not looked at the schedule, to be fair, but I'm really glad that the Planet Hollywood's reopening as a card room. That'll be interesting to see what their schedules are like. I'll play the smaller ones. I think the mini's on. unlike the 30th of June.
Surely going to see a check back from GUKPT. We had Jack 10. It's actually a really nice one, I think, to just start barreling off as a bluff, blocking King 10, blocking some 2 pairs, target a Queen, target an Ace to fold out by the river. But I feel like Queen 10, high enough up showdown that we don't need to barrel off, as GUKPT still beating some worse Queen X and Jack X from the big blind. I'm guessing this is just going to be check, check, and Twan will get some chips back from the man that just took them. Now, Goliath's end of July, JK main event start of July. I don't need to worry about day 4, day 5 in that event anyway, the way it goes every year.
Yeah, the Goliath doesn't start till the 24th of July. Where's the dates of Goliath? What was that? Thursday the 24th of July, the main event and the World Series will have finished by then. The GUKPT 1 million. The million guarantee of the GUKPT at Goliath is going to be huge. But that is on, and the satellites on PokerStars for that as well, into the million guarantee. So plenty going on. We've also got the side event as well, the Poker News Cup. The 500 buying for that. That's going to be an absolute cracker. So plenty going on regarding those events in Goliath main event. But we'll all be back then. All of us will be back by then. Yay, KJ! We'll be over at Planet Hollywood. Looking forward to seeing you over there. I think it's great that the Planet Hollywood is reopening.
They got poker, yeah, haven't they? Going there again, yeah?
Yes.
I saw it on Twitter.
It opened again. Jack Effel opened it.
The opening. Do you know the best thing about Planet Hollywood as well?
Food.
What is next door to Planet Hollywood? Oh, it's actually in Planet Hollywood, I think.
Oh.
Because there was building work going on the last couple of years.
What's in Planet Hollywood? Blondies.
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, Chick-fil-A at break and dinner and lunch and tea and evening supper. Chick-fil-A.
Because we usually go Chick-fil-A and we go sit in Planet Hollywood in the sports area and eat it usually, so that's good to know. But no, Jakey, I will be at the Goliath, so I will see you there probably. Yeah. Hope you bring that sidekick Joe Saunders with you after last year.
Yeah, the card room was always upstairs in Planet Hollywood, up the escalator. I think it turned into a nightclub or something like that, or whatever it did, or they just closed it down, I'm not too sure. But, the early sandwich, that's nice. It's a nice one, KJ. We will see you at Planet Hollywood. Glad it's reopening as a card room. Yeah, but don't you think Ramsay burgers are a bit expensive? It's like $80 for a burger.
No, it's not.
It is?
No way.
It is?
I've never been.
It's about $80 for a burger.
That can't be right.
I'm telling you.
Is that like the top-notch burger that they sell, like the extraordinaire Gordon Ramsay?
Yep. Telling you.
Jack 10, flopping middle, gut shot, Jack Etch just with king high out the way, blind on blind, small one goes to George. It's not the food itself from Chick-fil-A, Martin says Chick-fil-A overrated. I just go for the sauce. I walk in there, I get 20 to 30 pots of sauce and that does me.
Yep.
$80 for a burger. I'm not having it. You can go to some places and get a nice cut of steak for more cheaper than $80. You realise that?
Yep, that's true.
So guys, struggling to lose one. Been on the final table bubble over an hour now. Mark with the kings under the gun. Raises to 35. take for Mark, no action. Didn't get any with the Queens, doesn't get any with the Cowboys.
10 left. 10 left. Matt Archer, the only person eliminated today.
Have had 2 all-in calls on the outer table. Saw Dre doubling up through Keith Littlewood. Three off for Twan, out the way from Gun. All the way round to the blinds here.
Hang on a minute. KJ says, ask for the secret menu at In-N-Out Burger.
I don't know.
I want to know. Apparently, there's secret bars in Vegas as well.
Well, you got that hairdressers in the Cosmo, ain't you? You ask for a certain
Yeah.
cut. You ask for a certain cut in the chair, and off you go into the club. There's that secret.
There's secret bars that you need to know what to do and where to go and who to speak to get into these hidden nightclubs.
You got to sit down in the barber's chair, ask for a certain cut, and off you go into the
Is that
club.
one of them?
Yeah, there's one in the
Brilliant.
Cosmo. It just looks like hairdressers, but
Yeah.
it's there's a hidden bar.
Amazing.
There's like a hidden bar through the back. But I bet there's so many of them that people don't even know about as well. I bet there's hundreds.
Absolutely.
Going to jump back to this one because bit of a collision blind on blind, middle versus top. Going to be doing a couple of streets, you think, as Jack maybe on this turn though, saving some chips. Feel like Mark going to be checking back a decent frequency. King Queen not needing any protection. Need to recognise that Jack is going to have a lot of ace highs that want to check call on the flop blind on blind. So probably one that's kind of nice to check back turn, go for value on river, target a 6, target a 7. So Jack of hearts on the end here. So I feel like as Jack, not going to get value from a 6 on this run out, so just check and hope to win the pot of showdown. But Mark's got a clear as day value bet here. Jack's going to start betting his ace-X of his own for value. 2 pair plus, so we just assess that our King Queen's always the best hand. Try and get a hero from a 7, a 6, maybe even something like Queen 10 through Queen Deuce. Our King is playing so important. Very nice from Mark. Not knuckling this back, just understanding. Once check 2 twice on 4th and 5th Street. King Queen almost always going to be the best hand here. Does get a call. Very nice. I'm not sure, Fungi, what it is, but it's a hairdresser's in the Cosmo.
There we go.
I don't know what cut you got to ask for. I doubt it's as simple as short back and sides. So 30 minutes until first break of the day, guys. I thought we'd be at an FT well by now.
Me too.
When we come back with 11 players today. No one wanting to leave us just yet.
There's an awesome secret bar in the food court at the Resort World. Look for the lucky cat on the wall. See, these things people know out there that people just don't know. It's unbelievable. And Martin Burns says Dave's Chicken outside the horseshoe is where it's at. You're not wrong, by the way. I love Dave's Chicken. But Martin, have you ever tried the hottest sauce? If you have, you'll have had tears in your eyes and they'd have been streaming and you'd have gone, oh, not again. I've tried it once.
Oh,
Oh, I can eat hot things.
I know you can.
I can eat hot things. Dave's hottest sauce is hot. Marty says, do you think you guys will come back to Glasgow next year, maybe for even a GUKPT? I think 100%, and I don't have any inclination on what's happening next year. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're even thinking about next year yet. But I would be absolutely astounded if we're not a Merchant City, because it was fabulous. Everybody, from top to bottom, loved the event.
Check mark goes to Mark on the 5 of clubs turn. After check, flop, may start hunting for his value now. That's why I'm checking back maybe some king highs, queen highs that are going to have to strap along, blind on blind. But we're going to lose the jack 9 from the pot. Ace 10 suited for George. Opens from gun.
Where has Tower been buying burgers for $80? In Harry Ramsden's. Not Harry Ramsden's, in Gordon Ramsay's. In Planet Hollywood. Telling you. Telling you. They ain't cheap. And I haven't been buying burgers, I walk past.
Every time I was on the bottom, every time have a hand. Not, I open any two, every time. And he told me that 100 times. It's not possible you have a hand against me on the bottom again and again. And then he shoved the river and the nuts, stone nuts. And I called him.
Yeah, not Harry Ramsden's, I meant Gordon Ramsay's. Apparently Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips are supposed to be nice.
Queen 10 suited for Jack. Raises the 32. Pocket fours for George. Should just be a call. Gun versus big blind here. Can't really see any other way to proceed. Welcome to Vegas, Sean. Everything out there is just priced up.
Especially during the 2 months of the World Series.
Oh, it's just
they had another 20%.
ridiculous.
If you go out to the season and out of the World Series, there's some amazing deals.
Aria do $100 burger. There you go.
In the burger store right next to the poker room. Correct.
Next year. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, in the bottom, unreal.
So plenty coming up. We have a live stream free roll tonight. We have a giveaway from Jay as he's pulled one out of the thin air.
That's what I do.
He's been given 1 donut.
No.
I've given him a knife.
I mean, yes, yeah, one donut.
I've given him a knife, just in case he wants to split it into 4.
4?
Well, there's 4 of us. There's 5 of us actually. Dave's arrived.
I got asked what donuts do I like the other day on the chat box. They've been brought in for me.
Yeah.
When you get your chili jam brought in,
Yeah.
you don't see me going, oh, I'll have a bit of that chili jam on my steak.
Well, hang on now. That's the prime. You order an extra mild korma.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So what are you going to have chili jam with? Ever?
I might have a really blocked nose and need to clear the airways. I might need it for that.
Valerie says, apart from losing, is there anything you don't like about Vegas?
I'll tell you what I don't like. When you walk into the casino and you got them blokes in the street that slap the cards on your hand and go like that in your face.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that.
They put them to a certain corner of turn.
Just what are they doing? I don't get what the slap on the wrist is.
Slap.
I don't like that. But other than that, there's not much else. The price is a bit expensive, but it is what it is. It's Vegas.
It is indeed. It's one of those things where you just have to accept that you're on holiday, you're in Las Vegas, and things are a bit more expensive.
And as well as that, Val, I don't like the heat. When I'm rarely outside, I'm inside most of the time, but when I'm outside, I go from like casino to casino. The heat is not for me. Alice, the password will be given out in about an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4.
It's on at 6 o'clock.
You need to keep watching the stream because it can drop at any point. Jack Etch with the King Queen opens the 32k. Pocket 4s for Jack in the small blind. He'll probably call. Blinds have actually just gone up. We've just got 30 bigs. Hearts on the turn. Jack Etch, nice combo to check back with a backdoor nut spade draw to go alongside middle pair gut shot. I'm probably going to go on the value hunt here. Will be end of hand. It's expensive as CFO, but some of the tournaments out there, they're just a dream. Like some of the fields you get in these 1K, 2Ks, yeah, as you go up the 10K, 25K, 50K ladder, it obviously becomes tougher. But I feel like the values out there.
Oh, talking of value, Mihail stands up. Ace Jack. Dale calls in the small with pocket 10s, and Keith's just announced to the table that he folded Ace King.
No, he didn't.
He did.
He didn't.
Folded Ace King.
No, he never. He's lying.
He turned over before he binned him. Ace King off. He binned Ace King, did Keith? He would have taken out 2.
He would have taken out 2. Why is he folding Ace King? I don't understand.
He would have taken out 2 and that would have been it. They're doing down to 8. Keith! Yeah. Wowzers.
Wow, so if he showed it, fair enough. Why are we folding ace king in 5-handed setting? I do not know. Strange.
Wowzers.
Really strange.
Yeah, very strange. You show ace king. Woo.
Really shocking stuff. Could be down to 8 players, guys, and at the final, and Keith could have a monster chip lead, but passes up on a great opportunity. MPL, anything to do with it?
I don't think so. I don't think. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I don't think he's thinking about the points at the minute for that one. Some people will say it's just ace high.
It's
But
not.
500, it's
It's not just ace high, though, Tower.
500 against 2 people.
Best thing, imagine put ace king out, you got the rest of the deck, shuffle the deck, just keep shuffling the deck, and then just keep running out 4 hands, just 4 hands, boss. You could be there for days upon days till you hit aces or kings.
Yeah.
When you got an ace and a king blocker in your hand, it just, yeah, but they can have the pairs. We need to win a flip, but when we go 3-way and we just got the incredible price now, it went shove from Mihail on the button.
Dale called.
Dale called in the small blind, and then Keith just folded ace king. So Mihail shoved for 215, which was 18 bigs. Dale called ace jack in the small blind, and Keith folds ace king face up in the big, and he could have just ISO'd. Low indeed. So pack kind of congested here, so George going to take the initiative. He's folded it face up according to our man PK, who was on the floor with the camera.
Yeah, he folded it face up.
He folded it face up. Must be the shirt making him play badly. Contagious. It's actually funny, in Cyprus, the FT, we had someone in a full Spurs kit, the AIA
Really?
2014 kit, and I wanted him to win it, ready for Europa League, but he didn't, obviously, in the Spurs shirt. That was the running joke. GG the Toffees.
Yeah, 1-2-0. The double is on. Just got to wait 3 days for the next leg.
So Jack Edge does flop a little gutty here. Any check raises, sir? A tiny little one to choose. Backdoor clubs, gut shot. Just shy of 35 to start the hand. I don't think Jack Edge is the type to find it, but it's a really nice opportunity because George should be opening wide, even from gun in this 5-handed setting. And we just fold out all this king high, queen high, jack high stuff, put stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s in the blender already. I would have been fist pumping with the ace jack. Kev says, I bet the ace jack guy was livid with one of his outsmoked. I'd be doing handstands and cartwheels, knowing that ace king hasn't put it in and we're still in the tournament. To be fair, I guess Dale folds anyway, but At least I'd be loving life if someone folded ace king face up there, because we would have had to just fold if he ISO'd like he's supposed to, and cheerio 18 big blinds. So George, diamond on the turn, looks like going to go for the second barrel. Catch out the way, potential spot miss there on that flop. Seemed like prime combo to go for the check raise against a range that's going to contain a lot of king highs through jack highs, which we fold out. George Pop putting some distance between him and the rest of the pack on this table. What's Herbs and Rye in Vegas? I've never been.
Must be a restaurant. Somebody said it's one of the best steakhouses there is.
The one at the Wynn's nice.
SSM. There you got Herbs and Rye.
The walk for George. So it looks like we are going to get to the first break of the day without losing two players. Matt Archer busting.
Looking like it.
About an hour and 20 ago. George Pop leading the way on the feature. Any occurrences on the outer, we will head on over. We've had two free all-in and calls now. Still yet to lose one on that outer table. Should have lost two. Well, should have definitely lost one. I doubt Dow would have called off his remaining 350k when Keith ISOs, but Ace-9 for Tom, opens cut-off, raises to 37. Queen 4 of diamonds for Jack. The Glasgow final table was done before this, 4 PM finish. We won't see many of them 4 o'clock finishes.
Absolutely not.
Ever again, I'll tell you that. That was a mad one. Jack flops best. And the Queen of 5 deuce, 2 clubs. Well, that board heavily c-bet as Twan. Obviously, in an ideal world, prefer a club in our hand. Just going to be a check call from Jack. Be surprised if we saw anything else. Ace on the turn for Twan, and a spot where Twan probably should be checking though. Flush completer, Jack gonna defend a lot of suited combos from the big blind here, and we just get binned the times that we bet here and get raised. It's an awful spot to be in. Like, for opening from cutoff, we shouldn't be opening like 7-8 suited at this stage. So we only really have King Jack of clubs, King 10 of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs, maybe some like Jack 9, 10, 9 of clubs. So 5-6 combos of flushes, whereas Jack's going to defend like 4-3 of clubs, 4-6 of clubs, 8-5 of clubs, all this type of stuff. So he just has a relentless advantage in terms of flushes, and when we get check raised here as Twan, we're just bin with Ace-9 no club, and we have to fold. And the other thing, are we now getting a streak from a Queen? on the 3 to a flush turn. How often is Queen X going to be calling on the flush completer?
Interesting spot that he bins.
Yeah, I feel like Twan, a bit of a misstep, one that should be checked quite frequently. Just sort of recognising range versus range. Maybe one of those just sees his actual hand. I've got top pair, I need to bet it. It seemed like a really clean check spot.
Insane Dev says, I've backed over 1.5 goals in a game today. The goal scored in 30 seconds of the game and it ended 1-0. That's unlucky. That is unlucky. Leeds still on 10. Heading to the final, but not there just yet.
George on the button, ace 10, nice one to look down at. Been a great first session for him, approaching the first break of the day. Just going to be 15 minutes. And we will probably keep this table. I don't think we'll switch them around. 7-4 for Jack out the way. Over to Mark with the 6-3 off. He will be doing the same.
In the bin to go.
This is what has just occurred on the outer table.
Charlie is in.
When open button, Charlie shoved in the big blind with his pocket threes.
What's that, 100, 220 maybe?
And Dale calls with the ace queen. Off we go.
4, 5, king. How clean is that?
Yeah, good start for Charlie. Just fading aces and queens.
Well, there's the king.
Fours and fives.
Fours and fives are now playing. Fours, fives, aces and queens. Oh no! Counterfeit for Charlie. You don't hit anything and you still win the hand. Oh, that's grim. Charlie Reid finishing 10th. Oh man. Feeling for you, Charlie. Feeling for you a lot.
So guys, we're at the final table. I'm not sure how long the break's going to be, but it should be bottom left of your screen, a countdown for when we will hit the final table. When we come back, we've got a giveaway to do. So I'm going to do a tower thing to give away the £110 Road to Vegas ticket.
Still don't know where you got it from.
I don't know either, to be fair. I don't know. Well, I actually think I do know, because Tom's been spending some time with the family this weekend, so he's not been doing like any office stuff on the laptop.
Okay.
And he told me to just copy the spreadsheet from Luton, and he actually probably forgot he gave us an extra £100 Vegas ticket in Luton. So I just copied the spreadsheet from Luton, as he said. He said to copy the spreadsheet from Luton.
I love it. So, we're on a break. All the players are going round. The final table will begin in about 20 minutes. We will see you soon.
What a run out.
Oh, dear me, man. So, King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps, as Ravi's
Oh,
done
what's happening
here,
here?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 18 big blinds. Effective. Ravi calls with the ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well. But Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7
on
the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, he done it! He's only gonna done the ace on the river!
How's he managed that? How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi, chef.
Whoa!
Tower's thinking about the Super Bowl. I'm thinking about my Star of Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
The 7 on the 10.
run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Juan is champion after that turn. But we continue. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. And Tuan Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Tuan on Tuan action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Tuan's not folding kings and Tuan Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Tuan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding.
Oh.
Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam not all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
Which is the option, that's
There
it.
we go with the all in, and it's back over to Tuan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation, Tower. Tuan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with 10s. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
Tuan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Tuan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this, Tower. Second and first in chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
You are not wrong. Tuan Lee.
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Tuan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in 10s and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Tuan Lee up to 2 million. Tuan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge.
It's actually nice to have John the feature as well, Ty, because funnily enough, every year, the way he busts out of this tournament is just cruel. And no one ever seems to see it, but he always says, oh, this happened. I got aces in against kings, king on the river. I got queen 10 in against queen 9, 9 on the river. I flop quad 6s, he makes 5 of a kind on the river. Like, it's like every year, but no one ever sees it. So,
5 of a kind on the river.
So we're
Look
gonna.
at this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look
Let's
at
see if
this.
it does happen. Couple of kings. Making it 800.
So Jack 10 for Ollie who calls.
So 9-7 boosts.
Imagine the 8 ping.
Oh, do you know what? I'd give it the biggest boom ever, Tav. If the 8 rolls off here, there will be a boom coming from the comms booth. I'll tell you that right now. Better 1K. Oh, so a queen on the turn. Can I root for the king of clubs? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to root for the king of clubs?
Of course you can.
1.9 into 4.3. Around 60%, just north off. Sorry, 40%. Put the king of clubs there, dealer, one time. Oh, yes! Yes! Come on! See you later, Saunders. What's that, 2 hands?
Have you managed
Come on! Come on!
Have you managed that?
Oh, this is brilliant. This is just gold.
Poor lad sits there, rivers are set. He's nailed it. He's called it in. One time dealer, he says, King of Clubs.
Oh my word!
Oh dear.
It goes for the raise, the all in. You got Jack 10. Yes, you have. What else has he got? He's 3-bet the river. Of course he's got Jack 10. You got Jack 10. Oh yes, of course he's got Jack 10. See you later, Joe. Back to the. See you later. 2 hands he lasted, and believe it or not, that's actually his record run in the Goliath Tower. Level 3 for Saunders. Well played, sir. We will see you on your second bullet.
You owe that dealer.
I'm going to show you a little trick. It's called Finding the Kings, but it's a trick that only works with the 4 kings, okay? I'm going to ask you, sir, to touch the back of any one of these cards, okay? Anyone you like. This one. Now, I'm going to try and find the 3 cards that match that one. For example, if he picked a queen, I'll find the 3 of the queens. But remember, the trick only works with the kings, okay? I think that should be king number 1 just there. I'm not looking, but is it? Did I get it right? King number 1, king number 2 just round about here. King number 3 should happen just like this, if I'm looking. It's like an acrobat look, the king of clubs. That's spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts. Now, I'm going to do the trick 2 more times, but each time we do it, it's going to get more and more impossible. This time, once you've picked the card, you can change your mind as many times as you like. can you touch the back of one card for me, please? Anyone you like. This one. Now, do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? Your choice. Stay with it. Remember, the trick only works with the kings. You remember I was telling you that? It only works with the 4 kings. Stay with it or change it? You don't. You're sure you want to stay with it? Because I hate to think I was cheating. But you can change it if you want. No? You can change it. Do you want to stay with that one? Perfect. That's king number 2. King number 3, I hope, should be round about here. And that's diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades.
I've watched that card all the time. I'd not take my eyes
Now,
off that card.
I said we're going to do it 3 times. This time, you can change your mind as many times as you like, and we're not going to look at any of the cards until the very end of the trick. Remember, it only works with the 4 kings. So just touch the back of anyone for me. Which one? This one? Do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? You sure? You can look at it. Don't show anybody else, but you can see whether it's right or not. In fact, I didn't even know there's a king or not. He doesn't. In fact, you can lie or tell the truth. It's up to you. So lie if you want. What is the name of that card?
Change it.
Jack of diamonds.
The Jack of Diamonds. I mean, I'm definitely, I'm calling on that one. I'm definitely calling on that. All right, remember the trick only works with the kings. Try to stay with it or change it?
Stay.
Perfect, okay. Stay with it or change it?
Stay.
Stay with it or change it?
Stay.
Stay with it or change it?
Stay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Remember the trick, it only works with the kings. Unless you get an ace, it always works with the 4 aces. I don't know how it works, but it does. No. What I'm going to ask you to do, sir, take one card for me.
Take it.
Yeah, take it out of the pack, look at it, remember it, show the camera, show everybody else. Everybody knows what it is. And then pop it in the pack. Remember it, right? If at the end of the trick you forget what it is, just agree with me, okay? Perfect. Now, before we find your card, I'm going to show you something with the aces, specifically the red aces. Because we've got the ace of hearts. I'm going to try and make the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds change places. Not with each other, though, with the black ones. I don't know how it happens, but it does. Now, I'll show you again, because it happens pretty quick. Slow motion review. Now, we've got the red ones. That's the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds. And the black ones, which is clubs and spades. Name for me, red or black? Red. Which close? The red aces, watch. So, what card did you pick? The 10 of diamonds. What a legend. I don't even know how it happens now. So you can check out, it really is the only 10 of diamonds here in the pack. Say stop for me anywhere. The 10 of diamonds goes in here, but watch, it really does go right in there. But if I snap, the 10 of diamonds changes to the ace of hearts. I don't know what you're thinking. Where is the 10 of diamonds? Have a look, sir. Turn it over. Show everybody. Now, like I said, it does happen pretty quick. In fact, watch. But I know you're thinking, where did the 10 of diamonds go? Yeah, way. Now, some people think I cheat. They think that when you're not looking, I take the 10 of diamonds. They think I hide it in my hand, put it under the box. That's not how it's done, because it's not the 10. To change the ace back to the 10, you shake it like this, that's when it happens. Some people think maybe there's more than one 10 of diamonds. If it was true, it would look hopefully something just like this. Obviously, that's just a lie, because you see, all I've got is the 4 aces. And if you want to know where the 10 is, have a look just here underneath the box. Now, you're not watching any of this. Pay attention. Now, I'll show you again. The 10 of diamonds, so you can see, it really does go down here into the pack. So I don't cheat, sir. Please push it in the deck. And then have a look up here, in my mouth. You know, I don't even know how it gets up there. Now watch again, the 10, it really does go in the middle. Now if I snap, instead of the 10 disappearing, look, the whole pack disappears. I know you're thinking, where did the deck go? Now, very finally, we'll bend it into the bent card. The 10 of diamonds really does go down in here, so you can see, watch. 1, 2, 3. And I've got absolutely no idea how it's done.
Sean Hayden, ladies and gentlemen.
Need to lie down now.
The old ones. 25.
8, 16, 16. Good luck, everyone.
The Vegas packages online, and one is going to be straight into Goliath.
Well, we were muted for the start of that. We had one job. We were muted. I've just unmuted it. But what Tao was saying, he's now giving away the £110 Vegas ticket. I have got a £200 Goliath ticket to give away.
We only had
to the
one
chat
job.
Box. One job?
Oh, so we had one job. Unmute it.
One job.
Unmute it. So basically, Jay, what we said at the beginning was Jay was keeping the 110 and I'm keeping the Goliath ticket.
Lovely.
That was it. That's what we said.
So in the next few hours, guys, we've got 2 big tokens to give away. One for Road to Vegas, one for Goliath. Stay tuned for both.
Indeed.
We will definitely do one this session.
Looking forward to this final table. Blinds are 16k. We have 15 minutes at this level. So I'm guessing we're going to play 15 minutes and then the 2 levels straight through. And that's what we're playing for. And C1 is Dale Hancock. C2 is Jack Allen. Dre's in 3. Tan Win is in 4. George Pop is in 5. Mark Whitney is in 6. Keith Littlewood, Yarsech, Skissism, and Mihail Glavochi. So there we go. So Yarsech sat in seat number 8. We've got the big hand with 10 left. So we're back on with news that we're giving away a £110 Vegas seat for online and also a Goliath ticket. You will have the Goliath ticket for today. Somebody will be registered. We will pass your name on to Joe and he will get you down on the list for Goliath.
Winningest player on this final table is Dre. 600,000 in live earnings, WP title for $260,000.
So what time are you thinking, Goliath? What time are you thinking for the first giveaway?
About
$3:15?
Yeah, well, any time they can drop during the final table, it keeps people tuned in. We can't tell them when the giveaway is going to drop. We've got £200, £110 to give away. That's a lot of money.
True. Plus a free roll.
It's a day's work.
Plus a free roll. Good shout.
Pocket sevens for Jack in the cut-off here. Opens 25 bigs to start the hand. Blue suited for Twan here. Would just get out of the way here. On the final table now, 9 left. One of these middling stacks. No need for us to really get involved with dubious holdings. However, someone that can get involved is George with one of the big stacks. King 4 of hearts here from the big blind. I wouldn't take suited. Offsuit potential, some work to be done with. Feel like suited, we just want to call and see free.
Yeah, I was interested.
Jack 9-6, 2 clubs, 1 spade. Oh, good one for Jack here with 7s. Feel like if we had 10s, more inclined to check. Maybe stuff like 7s needing a little bit more protection. It does check it behind.
Yes, a hearts on the turn.
Kind of interesting for Jack. Always going to be getting checked to here. George shouldn't be playing any leads at all. So probably just knuckles back and hunts for showdown. It's one of these, if we are going to bet turn, we need to barrel river because we're not folding out a 9 or a Jack with a turn barrel. So I feel like we just check, already think about showdown as Jack. Kind of protected as well. Maybe George less inclined to be bluffing us off our hand on this board. 10 of spades on the end, so probably just going to see check and hand going Jack's way.
Indeed it. Who has the most earnings on the table?
Right.
Dre has got most. He's got WPT as Dre. Andreas Olympius. He has a WPT to his name. Over $500,000 in earnings. Biggest cash was 260,000 when he won the when he won the WPT. Couple of nice scores in his career as Dre. The WPT was the WPT 500 at the Aria and 260,000. Couple of big second places, couple of big thirds. As Dre. Forrester winning, apparently. Thanks for the old chat. And I did say we were going to do a bet builder treble for the 3 o'clock game. So as Jay is just on his dinner, because there's no dinner break during the final table, as Jarsek with the aces. I'm going to do one. So raised to 32 with the blinds at 16. Ace Queen just calling from Jack. Very surprised there's only just a call there with the Ace Queen out of the hijack. Very surprised indeed, but it's a well-timed call. Jack do 6, because we could have easily 3-bet, 4-bet. And then so a better 40 from Jacek. And a call floating, pretty much floating with the overs. There's Jack Allen sat in seat number 2. Queen after Jacek bets on the turn again with the boots. The Ace Queen with none of it out of the way. Olympius Andreas O'Dre down at 10 bigs. Jack Allen on 20. Mark Whitney just above that. Fruity Frank says he's just checked his down. This is one for Jay as well. Fruity Frank just checked his Grosvenor account and it's on timeout until 7th of June. So give the £110 ticket away for someone else to use. Weren't you in a red and black situation, Fruity Frank? And if you were, who was it against? Who? 2 Seasy. U2 Seasy. U2 Seasy has just been given a Sunday bonus. Brad King has just put shotgun Bagsy first dibs. Is that what you say when you're having twos on cigarettes in playground? So, if U2 sees it, is actually watching, then please make yourself known to the chat. You've got 5 minutes. Dan Laidlaw plays online now. Plays back online. Played the Manchester 25-50. Just plays local. Doesn't do the tour as such in the last 6 months or so. But was at Berry New Road for the 25-50, and I'm sure he will be again. Ace 8 for Keith. $22,000 to call after George opens the button. Ace Ace King flop. Keith got just about a massive lock on this one. George will be aware. Wow. Brings up a bit of showdown as well with the 10. Well, we'll probably go check. And the river is a queen, so it's got a little bit dicey. And Keith chucks in one chip. If George gets a bit fruity and decides to rep the jack, with the king jack, would he, Keith, be calling? Nope, George gets out of the way. Right thing to do. Playing very well is George Pop. Well, we're still waiting for you to seize it online. Are you still watching? If not, we'll open it up again. So I've done myself a little first half bet builder in the 3 o'clock game. Came in yesterday at 14-1. We had a bit of a shout yesterday. 14-1 winner for the Tower on the bet builder. So I said I was going to do one for the Brentford game at 3 o'clock while watching the final here in Leeds. And here it is. I have gone for Bueno to have a shot on target in the first half. I've had Sade, not to sing a song, but to have a shot on target in the first half. And I've had Adam Traore to have a shot on target in the first half. And it's a whopping 19-1. We won it yesterday. We all got the 14-1 shot. And Wemo, Shade and Traore in the Brentford game. 3 players, shot on target, first half. Little bit of fun while we are watching the final here in Leeds. I love doing like 10 players shots on target in different games. The odds are crazy, I bet they are. Keith now pulling out the queens. Getting the distribution this minute because we've had a raise from Twan, so this should be a 3-bet. What's a minute? 125. 125, that's chunky. That is chunky. Should be in the bin for Twan. For 21 bigs. So, final table. We started today with 11. Matt Archer busting out. And then Charlie Reid was bubble boy for the final table. Got very unlucky. Counterfeited. Very unlucky indeed.
Keep that for Drake. 8 big blinds plus 2. Twan, Ace Queen.
Open Queen 10 last time, ran into Keith's Queens, decided against it. Now he's got Ace Queen for 21.
Yeah, probably just call like at final table. We do have them situations that never occur, but we have to talk about them anyway.
Well, they said all of it.
When we call, there's another 2-3 all-ins behind us. We can then actually fold.
The announced call.
Okay.
Spot on. Dealer thought he said all in, and Twan said no. I've just said call. So here we go. All in and encore. And a queen on the flop. Queen 10-5.
But more outs for Dre, up and down now.
9's playing. Ace is playing.
Or a king.
And king's playing. Dre needs an ace, a 9 or a king to survive. And it's not, it's a 7. So unfortunately, first person out on the FT is Dre for £5,080. Well played, Dre. Good to have you back at the tables. 5,080. So is Mr. Ceasy watching, or do we open it up?
I think we should just have it, Tower.
Well,
I think we should just take it for ourselves.
will Grosvenor ever host a 10k buying tournament like the main event? No. The UK market, in my eyes, doesn't warrant it.
Ace queen for Mark and the hijack.
Attention all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. You have just over 3 minutes remaining on your plate. You're welcome to retake your seat. That's all players remaining in the cup. You're
Jams.
welcome to retake your
That's
seat.
Mark here. Oh, and Heil. Couple of jacks. Here we go. Another all in and call we should be having.
Yep, he's survived a few. There's Mihail.
Here we go. Took us an hour and a half to get from 10 to 9. Could be dropping from 9 to 7 in 2 hands.
Yep, we'll check the stacks no matter what happens because these are very, very close. Six, 7, 9, 2 clubs. So the queen of clubs slightly working for Mark. Not anymore, but still needs to hit an ace or a queen. If not, we'll be on 7.
Needed queen 7 tower.
And it's a 10. The queen 7 of diamonds that got him into the final day yesterday, unfortunately busting out in 8th.
So quickly dropped down to 7 players.
So well played, Mark, for £6,230.
Yeah, but it's nothing political something. No.
What's the crack with the Goliath giveaway? We're doing a J Thinks. Well, the Goliath ticket.
Ace jack for Twan. Should be opening. 42.
final call. You have just under 1 minute remaining on your break. That's final call for all players remaining. Neil, since you have 3 on my players, it's going to go there.
Here's a suit for George. Should be opening. What's going on with the football today, Tower? 12 o'clock kickoff, half 2 kickoff, 3 o'clock kickoff, half 4 kickoff. What's happening?
Who knows? Football's just definitely second string now to TV. Saw Luke Swartz in Dublin.
Yeah, I played a few of the private cash games with him over the last sort of year or so.
Yeah.
He's still about, still in the mix. Doesn't play tournaments as much, some of the bigger stuff. He'll be in Vegas this year.
Yeah.
Just playing a lot of games in the private scene. Believe it or not, as well, actually a really nice guy. I remember watching him it's like on the opposite. I remember watching Luke Swartz when I was younger, thinking, what an horrible person this guy is.
Yeah.
And he's actually a lovely bloke. But I remember watching Daniel Nagano and being, what, this is the guy, and then playing with Daniel, I was like, what a horrible bloke. But,
Yeah.
he's actually a really, really nice guy. I think going back 20 years on the Full Tilt Friday night poker, sort of a character. A few Jackie Chan, a few. I played with Charlie a couple of months ago. Charlie Carell had a.
Oh, it was a Charlie Reid.
No. Yeah, he was playing in one of the private games and turned up for a week, so got to battle with him for a week.
9 minutes until the first Vegas giveaway. C's not in the chat, so we've got 2 to give away. The first one in 9 minutes time, 3 o'clock. Get ready for the Vegas packages. £110 ticket to play the satellite on Grosvenor Poker to join the team. And if you do manage to win, please let us know how you get on. Because Jay will probably be in Vegas at some point while the team are there, but unfortunately I won't be, because it's 19th till the 26th, I do believe.
You'll be in sunny Edinburgh, living the life.
Absolutely. Living the dream up in Edinburgh with the UKPL lads and lasses. And live on the chat. Don't know how Barcelona's going. Was this the leg last year that Eastie fell asleep and missed the plane?
Barcelona?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It was either Barcelona or Madrid. He's got to the airport and him and his missus have both fell asleep and they both missed the plane. And they didn't wake him up while they were sat on the first chairs at the... like yours.
Oh, very similar to
the
mine,
airport
then.
lounge.
Oh my word.
They both sat where you get on the plane.
Yeah.
And they fell asleep because the live stream didn't finish till like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So they thought, we'll stay up, we'll get to the airport, we'll get in and we'll sit there and just stay there.
Yeah.
So obviously after waiting for so long, they both fell asleep. So they both fell asleep, not heard anything about anybody getting on the plane. All the staff have just left them there.
Yeah.
And they've both looked up and thought, where is everybody? They look round, the gate's closed.
Yeah.
The plane's gone.
Yep.
And there was, why didn't you wake us up? Well, we didn't know what plane you were on.
At least the plane had took off. They could buy another ticket and not have to wait an hour and a half to get a new flight. That's most Tilton thing, missing a flight. So time a couple of tents. Opens to 45. Raise and take, Keith not defending the 10 tray.
So 9 minutes to go until the end of this. 10 minutes to go until we give away our first Vegas ticket for the packages to go to Vegas with the online team.
Seniors always gets a good turnout, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wherever we go.
I see Richie Howe from Sunderland and Ian Woods.
Queens for Jack, opens to 40. Couple of nines for Keith here. Looking like he's going to go for 3-bet call.
125. He does make it chunky.
I guess he's just committing himself against Jack's stack. Difficult to choose a size here when Jack has perceived fold equity when he opens off a 12 big. So if Keith just letting Jack know we're ready to run it. Good luck, sir. Off we go.
Announces it. Keith says, I'm running it.
Yeah, as he should. 12 bigs. Effective hijack versus small. Nines is kind of fist pump.
Ten, Jack, 3. Good for Jack at the minute. Still good. Just a 9 to fade to double. And there we go. Bang next door, but doubles to 530. Good for 27.
Are you asking me a question at quarter past?
No.
I'm asking you a question.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, we're not doing it. Is it 3 o'clock or quarter past?
I thought you said quarter past.
I don't mind, whatever time you want to do it. You tell me. Quarter past? Yeah, time to think of one.
And your one's for the Goliath?
Yes, I'm asking you.
So this is for the road to Vegas?
This is for the road to Vegas, but you've now got 2 to give away because Mr. Sleaze is not in the, or Mr. Seasy is not in the chat. If Mr. Seasy is in the chat box, give us a shout.
Which one was Frank? Tech support or Forever Folds?
Probably Forever Folds because that's what he does. Isn't tech support that person that didn't get it last time?
I just don't want to. I need to be 100% sure before I delete Frank off the spread. Because I don't
Frank, what's your alias, please?
Delete the wrong person.
Frankie Thomas, what is your alias so we can delete you? Thank you very much for telling us that you can't have it. Yeah, plays golf in Stoke. He's from Birmingham, isn't he? Told old Sleazy. Because he'll be on the golf trip with Kev Blower and all the gang.
Okay, perfect. There we go. So, must be forever folds. By the process of elimination, tech support's watching.
Nice one.
So, are we doing both the Vegas tickets?
No, just one.
Just one?
We'll
Okay.
do another one later.
Alright.
We're giving away a Goliath ticket as well today. Just stay tuned with a chance to win a Goliath seat.
Fold 4 jacket chip. 25 bigs, middle of the pack, gun open from Dow, who should be fairly tight. George 3 bets this opening range. Ace queen suited. I would just let this go as jacket chip. If we have ace king, whatever, we got a jam, but ace queen's probably the one that there's no need to get involved. You also, a lot of good things can happen at final tables from not getting involved. A lot of folding. One thing we cannot do is cold call. Like, it's just a disaster we cold call here, and Dow wants to send for his 33. Fold. I'd like to see his jack etch, and it is going to let it go. Obviously in the short term, you can see in a great spot, but just not really wanting to get involved with a free bet in front of us unless we're right at the top end. Dale going to have to let the king queen go. Not much he can do. George gets the pound on us. That's how it goes. Fine to just, we know what's going on. We know that George is going to be free betting us light. Is he going to 4-bet? He's got the king-queen. He's got the blockers in there for the removal. Knows that George is going to be light-haired, so just sticks it back on George. Four bets to 260, so literally 4-betting nearly 40% of his stack here, Dale. Would be folding to a jam. I guess as George would just have to fold. Once Dow goes this size as well, maybe Dow can just go like 210 here. Going to achieve the same thing. George just shouldn't really have any flats. And King Queen does the job. Nicely done. The 4-bet bluff at an FT. Just so congested now. 25 bigs at the bottom, 50 bigs at the top.
How do we enter? Stay tuned. All you need to do is stay tuned. Yeah, so I was saying I saw Richie out, who's playing the seniors.
Yeah.
Big Sunderland fan, huge,
Okay.
season ticket holder. Got 4 tickets for the final at Wembley against Sheffield United.
Okay.
He booked his hotel in January.
But the thing is, this is actually a good thing to do, because if you go through certain websites, you have a 24-hour
Free
cancellation
That's
up to
exactly
24
what he
hours
did.
before. That's
He got himself the Premier Inn or whatever it is for like £50 a night in London because he booked it in January.
So this is going to be an interesting one, because do expect Dale to call 1-bet here. King 10 with the King of Clubs against a late position Ranger George that, as chip leader, just going to have relentless C-bets here. Probably just goes 1 big. Go slightly larger. Quarter pot, 27 into 110. Dale against call up would be sticking around with the King 10. Backdoor nut flush draw here. Got a call once, sir.
Three of hearts on the turn. But Dale still with the best of it.
Yeah, now it becomes really awkward for George to barrel here. Drawing dead versus ace-x. We've got the power suits. Unload on a heart or club, but only really targeting king highest to fold out, maybe some club draws, 7 of hearts river. Dale with the check mark here. And his head's still beating enough stuff. Suited king X with the 10 playing, the queen jack, the jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited, this type of holdings. Just thinking here whether he's too low down his range and needs to bluff with the king 10. Struggle to get to the reel with a worse hand. Guess we are going to have some low down clubs, which are probably going to be the mandatory bluffs. Now it's George. Any ideas about jostling out a 5 here? That's what's going to be going through George's head. Like, we can still credibly rep stuff like 8 through kings. I don't think many of our ace-x are going to be checking back, but just a give up from George. We'll have to show the queen 10 and king 10 good for Dale.
Nice one, Dale. Up to 952, 48 bigs as chip leader, 20k blinds. 10 minutes till the first giveaway of a Vegas satellite ticket worth £110 to get yourself into the online Vegas packages. And if you manage to win one, you will get yourself in with a chance of going to Vegas with the team. Yarsek with the queens, raises to 40. How many get paid in the cup?
There are 10 played in the cup.
10.
And there are 12 remaining.
Ooh.
The 10 players left in: Zacheng, Shoaib, Hamza, Jody Burston, Alex Clark, John Roberts. Frankie's still going.
Go on, Frankie.
Frankie Green, Jamie Dowles, Zhang Zhuang Du, Richard Arnott and Michael Crossland. Final 12 players in the cup. Wilco just busted.
Unbelievable.
Dale with the open here. Jack with the jacks. Gets it through. I'm actually going to be quite nice with my question. It's a fairly simple one.
Okay.
Not complex at all. And I feel like pretty easy to get close. In a standard game of 3D chess.
Do you know what? I used to have a 3D chessboard.
Yeah.
And I couldn't work it out. My brain just wouldn't work it out at all. It was so hard. Oh dear. So hard to work out.
Yeah, that snail question was outrageous.
Great question. Just a random question. And to be fair, he's still on the. He's still up the hedgerow here. He's still marching up the hedgerow. Is O'Brien. Afternoon, Cat.
Hey then, Cat. Jacks for Twan this time in the small. I feel like this is a spot where we actually get no raises at the final table, where maybe we just complete full range against chip leader because chip leader is so incentivized to attack. And if we are going to get some raises, probably don't want to be choosing this nonsense size just north of 2 bigs. It doesn't do anything. I guess we do keep George in with hands like this, but it's difficult to start ranging George. Just gets to continue
5, 6, 7 flop, 2 diamonds.
Almost all of his range when we make it 2 bigs out of position. Need to be going at least 3 big blinds. So overpair for Twan. Board is going to be much more favourable for George. Like we're never raising 8, 9, 4, 3, 6, 7, 7, 5. So we'll just have the advantage as George in terms of strongest hands here. Yes, we still have the overpairs, but Twan just thinking about his hand, it seems. We've got an overpair, we need to bet it. Start thinking about our opponent's range as well. We do not want to bust in this spot. 7. We're sitting comfortably in the middle of the pack.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Surely this is where Twan starts checking. Should recognise that 8x getting there. We don't have any 8x. And the big blind has all of them. I can't think of 8x that we want to raise here as Twan we're covered. Like even ace-8 suited, 1 in 2, just complete. We're not raising stuff like 8, 9, 8, 10, so hard for us here as Twan to ever have a straight. Does go check, check to the 3 diamonds river. So now flush is completing, straights both way completing. And it's actually going to be really interesting here for George. And yes, we got 3rd pair and we beat some ace high, king high, but once we call flop, we can't have a worse hand here with a 5. Let's think about our flop calling range. We're going to have 6x, we're going to have 7x, we're going to have 8x, 4x, we're going to have diamond draws, we're going to have 9x. So George is actually at the bottom end of his range there with 10-5. It's very hard for him to have a worse hand. And we got a diamond in hand, we blocked the nut straight. It seems like one that's meant to bet in theory. I'm trying to think of hands we get to the river worse than a 5 when it runs out like that and struggling to find any. All the straight draws, even make a straight or a bigger pair, the diamond draw complete, so hard to have worse than 5x, maybe one that has to bluff.
Right now, Storming Norman.
Storming Norman's here.
Playing the seniors.
Come from Scotland.
Storming Norman. Look at the stacks, it's wide open, you were not wrong. The final 7 here in Leeds.
Good fold from Jack Etch, big fan of that one. All the way around. I do love how quick everyone's playing. on the Queen Jack suited. Going to be getting involved again. Clear open on the button here. Makes it 43k, and Keith says, have some of that, sir. Not going to get away with raising my big blind light. Queen Jack suited fairly high up. 130 from Keith. I think it's actually a really nice find in terms of size. Not sure it's the combo that we want to take from the big blind suited, middling ace-x. We never fold out better. All this ace-10 plus continuing. We probably lose stuff like ace-8 through ace-deuce. So difficult to get continues from worse unless they've got high equity, a hand like Tuan has, and I think we just always get continues from ace-10 plus as Keith. Tuan does make the call, and already 290 in the middle here.
Off to the flop, Jack-eye flop for Tuan, Jack 2-5. See there the call.
You're about the fourth person that said that today. Dead-eyed?
Yeah.
Wow, did Tuan just jam?
He has. Snap fold coming in from Keith.
Yeah, like, once again, Tower, like, it just baffles me sometimes. Like, you've made the final, how have you got here? What's going on? Like, we got top pair. Keith's just got all the over pairs when he free bets. We're not getting calls from 10s through 6s. There's no draws out there. Like, do we not just call the Queen Jack and keep bluffs in a Keith? We just get snapped by better hands and just fold out all these 10s versus 6s. It just shocks me sometimes what goes through people's heads. What are they thinking? Where's the logic?
It's one up to 44. Second in chips.
I think I need a giveaway off that one. The last couple of hands, so
Yes.
I think we need a little break up.
Come on, then.
We'll go after this hand. It's all good.
Okay.
It just hurts sometimes. It just hurts.
Call and keep him in. They're raising with queens.
Weigh £110 for Grosvenor Poker.
Yep.
I am going to ask Tower a question. He'll write down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves the road to Vegas 110 for Grosvenor Poker. You get one guess per account. Any multiple guesses you will be disqualified, and please do not guess until we say go.
Do not guess before we say it, or you will not have a chance of going to Vegas. Go on then.
All I'd like to know, Tower, nice and easy.
7.
Premier League started 1991.
No, it didn't.
Did it not?
No.
I thought it was 91 season.
1992.
92 season.
Yeah, Brian Dean scored first goal. 7 minutes in, I was there.
You was there.
I was.
Well, either way, whether it's 91,
Yeah, it don't matter. Anyway, go on.
whether it was 91 or 92,
Yes.
the Premier League started over 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
They did.
What I would like to know
Aye.
is how many nationalities have been represented in the Premier League? How many nationalities have been represented in the Premier League?
Flipping heck.
So we give you 10 to 15 seconds.
How many nationalities? That's a good question. Right, got it. Nailed it. Nailed it! Here we go.
Tower's guess
Go, go,
is
go, go.
in. Good luck, everyone. How many nationalities have been represented in the Premier League?
Away you go. 32 with 33 years. Yeah, I was there. I was in the cop.
I thought it was 91.
I was in the cop when Brian Dean went doosh. Brian Dean scored with a header. drew 1 apiece. Good game as well. Remember it well.
I weren't born.
What?
I weren't alive.
Oh no, you were 94.
I was 94.
Flipping heck. You were 94, man. 1994. Oh dear. How many nationalities have been represented in the Premier League? Wow.
39, that's a bit low. You've always got like the obscure ones, haven't you, as well?
Well, yeah, that's obviously what I was thinking. I was thinking more or less anybody who plays football as a nation
Yeah.
will be represented. Because you always buy somebody from somewhere obscure after a World Cup. You know, when they perform well in the World
Suddenly
Cup,
got
somebody will
someone,
stick them up.
Trinidad
Yeah.
and Tobago suddenly playing for you.
Yeah. You've got Malta playing in the first ever World Cup, and somebody has a stormer and thinks Brentford think I'll have him. My internet went down. What was the question? The question was, how many countries have been represented by players in the Premier League since it started in 1992? In fact, 1991, I'm pretty sure Leeds United were champions of the last Division 1.
Were they?
I think so.
King
I
10.
think that's right.
King 10 for Jacket here. The high or ace 6 suited in the small blind. Does he want to put it to work against what is perceived to be a wide button opening range?
There we go. Correct, Tower. Cheers, Leslie. Cheers, Ron.
It is the tower answering.
Yes, it is me. Does he know how many countries there are in the world, and can he name them all? No and no. No and no. And bueno goal, says Jackie Chan.
Can you get the pronunciation of that right name right? It's not bueno. It's not like a Kinder Bueno. It's bueno.
That's what it is. It's a bueno.
It's not a
It's,
bueno.
it's chocolate. It is.
I don't know if you're doing it on purpose now.
The question is, how many countries have been represented by players in the Premier League since it started in 1992? My bet builder did come in yesterday at 14-1. And we've got one running now, and I've got Bueno in it.
It's not bueno.
He's in it. I've got Mbwemo. I've got
Bueno.
Sade, or Shade, or whatever it's called, and that Traore.
Pocket threes for Dale here in the small blind. It does bump fingers up. Jack has the fault.
Oh no, Wiss has had a shot on target. Damn. I didn't, I have that Shade. Or Sade, whatever it's called. So, the question was, how many countries have been represented by players in the Premier League since it started in 1992? The correct answer is
126.
ooh, 126.
England, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland. I'm joking.
We can name 5.
I reckon I could probably get to 80.
Really?
I reckon I could get to 80.
No
Because
way.
you've got to roll off loads of the African countries, ain't you? Like the
I'll just go through the World Cup countries. I get 32.
yeah. Then you got to throw like Faroe Islands in there.
Nobody's played from
Yes,
Faroe
yeah, they
Islands.
have.
No
you want to bet?
way.
You want to bet?
And nobody's had Luxembourg either.
Definitely Faroe Islands. He was a substitute keeper for someone that come on. I remember he was a sub keeper. 100%.
Faroe Islands, they're not even as good as Rotherham.
Faroe Islands have been represented in the Premier League, but I agree they're probably not as good as Rotherham.
100 and how many?
126.
126, but that's not the answer you need. It's my answer that you need to be closest to, and we'll give you that in 2 minutes. 126, man. That's a lot of countries that play football.
You got it's like every country basically.
That's what I was thinking. I was going on the assumption that everybody who played in the World Cup or the Euros, somebody ended up with playing in the Premier League.
Yeah, it's just like
if you have a stormer of a Euros, somebody's going to say.
Yeah.
Remember him from Denmark?
Yeah.
Who signed for Arsenal?
Rosicky.
With curly hair.
No.
Number 8.
I remember Rosicky.
Is it Jensen or something like that?
I can't remember.
He had a screamer for Denmark when they won it.
Yeah.
When they came in and they didn't.
No, that's way before my
They
time.
didn't even qualify for it, and they got given a bye.
Yeah.
And I think it was when Yugoslavia dismembered or something like that and disbanded.
Because it happened with Rosicky. You remember Rosicky for Arsenal? Had a stormer.
Yeah.
And then
I think Jensen actually scored one of the goals in the final. And Arsenal signed him, and it was plop.
Yeah, North Korea, they were in the World Cup back in 2010. South Africa 2010, I remember North Korea in it.
Yeah. So, 1 more minute to get your guesses in on how many countries do I think that has been represented in the Premier League. 126 is the correct answer.
Lions one with A7. Kicks off with complete. George checking his option.
So straight after this hand we will count down the final 10 seconds. Get your guess in please. How many countries have been represented in the Premier League by players since it started in 1992. Penalty to Brentford. That's not good for me because Wissa takes them.
Bueno takes them, don't he?
Bueno, does he?
And Bueno takes penalties, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, right. I thought it was Wissa. Anyway, it's still not my shard here. So 5-6-5, 5-6-6 on the flop. Twan check calls with the overs. Flush draw for George.
Continuing to barrel here, 58k into 140, just north of 40%. George with a gut shot now to go along with his flush draw and overcard. Would be sticking around with position. Can also find certain rivers to bluff when checked to. And even as Twan here, doesn't really make sense what he's up to with ace high. Blind on blind spots. We may fold out some better ace highs, but a lot of these are just going to raise in the first place pre-flop. But we're not jostling out a pair, that's for sure, as Twan. So very important, blind on blind, to ask that question. Do we fold out better? Do we get called by worse?
George apply the pressure on the river after missing the draw. Yes, he does. He's announced 175. $175. Now the Twan win. Into the bin, the best hand goes. Well played, George. So there we go. Like final 10 seconds before we close the comp. How many countries have been represented by players in the Premier League since it started in 92? 126 is the correct answer. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. So we'll crack on with it. 126. I knew it was a lot.
Yeah, it had to be a lot.
It had to be a lot. And I just thought every time there's a Euros, like I said, and a World Cup, you always sign somebody. So I went for quite a few. And well, too bad. The comp is now closed, no need to guess anymore. Those guesses. So I went for a pretty good guess. I thought I nailed it, actually. I thought I proper nailed it. So I went for a great guess of 108. I thought there were 108 countries. I tried to think of them straight away in my head and count them in my head on my fingers. I just thought it was over 100, so I went and a little bit more. 108.
Someone got it spot on.
Did they?
One person got it spot on.
No way!
And that one person was Deborah Ireland.
Deborah Ireland winning a ticket to the road to Vegas on Grosvenor Poker.
So
you need to give this lad your alias.
Well on, Deborah, guessing the same as Tower, 108.
108.
126 was the correct answer.
Very nice.
But if you guessed 126, as you know with this game, you never win with the correct answer. You need Tower's answer.
126. Give me the most obscure country then, come on.
I reckon Faroe Islands.
Right.
That keeper that come on, he's a goalkeeper, I remember. He come on as a sub, I can't remember. It might have been for Fulham, maybe. I'm not sure. So I can't remember where it was from. I'm going to find out now, actually.
Well done, Debs. Deborah Ireland. You did get 108. You win. Give us your alias, please. And we'll do more of the same very soon. And I've got a Goliath ticket worth 200 smackaroonies. Gunnar Nielsen, whoever he is.
Gunnar Nielsen, thank you, Rosa.
Or is he the keeper?
Yep.
Played for?
Blackburn and the Faroe Islands.
Blackburn Rovers. Wow. That must have been in like 92, 93 then.
Well, he was born in late 80s, so I'm guessing it weren't. Probably early 2000s.
Oh.
I remember Spurs played Blackburn in the League Cup, or Worthington Cup, as it was called there, early 2000s.
Was Gunnar in the net then?
I can't remember. Thanks, Deborah. Well done.
Alice, you're in. Well done, Deborah. Please let us know how you do.
May see you in Vegas.
As we may see you in Vegas. Please let us know how you do.
Oh, it was City he come on from, weren't it? It was City, I remember now.
City.
But he was at Blackburn Rovers before City.
Okay.
Queen 10 suited for George on the button. Going to be an open, or at least it should be. Queen 10 for George. Nice looking flop. Top pair. Decent kick up. One of the boards we may scale up. An FT. May go for like 40%. One of the boards can have some big bets on, so rather than going 2/3, maybe scale down to like 40% here as George with the Queen 10. We will see what size he chooses. I like it, 35%, shy of 40. All right, Rosa.
Wrong alias. Maya 661 instead. Well done, Deborah. Guessing bang on 108.
Deborah won the competition, Kamal.
Yeah.
108 was Tower's answer. And Deborah guessed 108. Brian's going out in 3 minutes' time. On ace 8 of spades. Ace 8 suited for Twan. Keith 7-8 suited. Like fold. Does fold.
You're in. You're in, Debs. You are in. Stuart Kennis is 120. Polish power. Well, Jacek in C8 is giving it us.
Nice board to see. Bet as Twan with the ace 8 suited. 26 into 114. Between 20% and quarter. Marius thinking what could have been on the rail.
He's been busy, Big Phil. He has been busy. Goliath question has not been done. We will let you know and give you plenty of warning. It won't be long.
Final table of the cup has been reached. Not the final table, sorry, the money has been reached. 10 left in that, 12.40. Oh no, Frankie Bubble. No one likes to see that.
No. And just to let you know, in Towers treble, we need Kevin Shade to have a shot on target in the first half for a 19-1 treble to come in. Come on, kidder. Get one on target. Should have took the penalty.
This one now finds boots. Free bet in the open from Jack. Expect it to be working. Not really much Jack can do here. No room to really 4-bet bluff. Would be putting in probably 40% of our stack. Just going to get out of here.
The Goliath ticket will be given out, and whoever wins it, I will take name and date of birth and hand it over to Joe, and Joe will put it in the system live. So you will have credit when you get there, whoever wins it. That's how it's going to work. Couldn't do it in first off. Come on, Mr. Shade. However you say it. How do you say it?
Sade.
Sade. She was a singer in the 80s. Your love is king, drowning out the sun, your wishes ring. Right. Come on, Sade. Who won and what was the prize? The prize was a £110 ticket to play the online satellite for the Vegas packages, and it was won by Deborah Island. And Deborah has given us the alias. She got it spot on. I guessed 108 and it was. If anybody can let me, if Sade has a shot on target in the first half, please, because that's all we're waiting for a 19-1 treble.
Aces out in force, left, right, centre. And Keith 8-9 suited. I'd personally fold, but no, as Keith potentially will get involved with this one with position, suited and connected, getting 2.5 to 1 on his money. So Keith does want to have a little look. Well, have this for a fun flop, and 360 in the middle here and now. As Dale, probably knuckle. Plays some good stuff, this man. Haven't seen much of him. Did Keith just jam? Oh my word, it's got in! It's got in!
With the 8-9.
Keith just sends the lot in with his pair and up and down. Dale snap calls the aces.
Wow.
And here we go.
Keith with a wry smile on his face. Dale with the aces.
Good turn to see for Dale, just fading 10s, 9s, 8s and 5s.
It's an 8. It's another 8 for Keith Littlewood, who gets back up to 1.2 million.
Yeah, brutal one for Dale.
Keith.
Playing some really nice stuff, but sometimes you can't just account for a bit of luck in this game. You need to win these big spots. And flip goes Keith's way and puts him to top of the shop.
Keith back up to 1.2 million, man. So Keith still stacking in the chips.
King Jack for George, opens to 50. $70 Dale. Just lost that pot. Probably has to jam here. Jam he does. Just hope that no blinds wake up with anything. We'll be getting through. Oh, Dennis Shaw says, guy comes in from left and heads it on target. Thought it was your guy. Brentford 2-1. Obviously wasn't my guy. Damn. Oh, 2 out of 3. Sounds like a Towers treble. It does. King Queen for me, Heil.
Yeah, Dennis says, guess it's 2 out of 3 again. I do like them first half bet builders, I must admit. In games you can never do one with Man City in them, ever.
Why?
They're just boring to watch. They just play chess for 45 minutes and just pass. That's boring. They're like yesterday in the cup. 1-0 down, they had 1 shot on target in the second half. Terrible. Really poor. 8-eye flop. Wrapped around it is George. George Pop, playing well.
I could just go for 1 BB here as Mihail, 25k, board that probably just going to see the small list of C-bets. Decides against, checks back for a freebie. Against this check back in George's head, he should already have ideas of leading a lot of turns. Makes it easier when we just turn them out straight.
Unlucky us, that's what we said. Unlucky us. 2 out of 3. Lines 10, 25. Swan with a queen 10.
Opens on the button. Doubt Keith's going to defend this one, but you never know with Mr. Littlewood.
You never know.
Sometimes he just fancies it.
As we know, encore. King 3 for Jack. Out of the way. Swan with the 4 deuce. All doing the same round of George on the button. Look at 6s. With the ace 4 out of the big, should see a flop. In fact, he says that I'm all in. Wow.
Yeah, this is
for 18.
But it's a sick good jam, Ty. It's a really good jam from Jack Etch. It's one of these when big stack's going to open a lot on the button. We fold out some better ace-x, encore. We're still going to have more than a 1 in 3 shot of winning this. And look, getting the 6s of George to fold there. Love that from Jack Etch. He's been fairly snug the last couple of days, but always throw the credit out where it's due. That's a really good jam from him. Love that. Good find.
So we're on 7. We'll get the free roll password out in 5 minutes time. We'll get the password out.
He's 5 for Keith on the button, just sets everyone in behind him. Got the chips to do it. Works.
George wins from here, says Ron. Yeah, he's been very impressive as George Pop.
There's Jack for George. Going to be opening here.
Attention all GUKPT Cup finalists, can you please make your way back to the card room? That's all GUKPT Cup finalists, please make your way back to the card room.
He's 50 with ace jack. Will Dale see a flop? Out of the big.
I think you're going to tie Jack. Okay, 7 max now.
King 9 jack. Second pair for George. Just about a lock on the hand.
One that probably likes to check actual hand. Going to have lots of bets in terms of range on King Jack 9. I feel like our hand's a comfortable check back middle pair with the ace in there as well. See what George thinks. At our range, going to get lots of bets for sure.
35, is that? Yeah.
It's just going to be the end of it. Nothing Dale can do.
Absolutely not. Seven players left. Mark Whitney outlasts 6,230 in 8th. Well done to him.
No. You are tight player. You know, I am tight player. You never call me. Yeah.
Jack X with the 10 loose out the way over to Mihail on the button. I'm going to continue the King 4. Blind on blind here, outright short stack by a country mile. We'll get a lot of jams as Dale, and this one qualifies.
It does indeed, all of it, he says. Queen 10. Yeah. And that's for the count.
Yes.
I don't think it's a call.
I don't think he's
What
going
is it? 10, 12 bigs.
I don't think Jack will call Queen 10. Queen Jack suited. Yeah, Queen 10, probably not. The problem Jack has is one of these that we call and we bust Dale. Like we just ladder right there and then. I think you got the flip side, call and lose, and then probability wise we're high favourite to bust next. does let it go. Jack made him sweat for a little bit.
They did indeed.
When are we doing the next question, Tal? Are we doing it this session or are we going to do it after the next break? Because we've got another Road to Vegas now as well as the Goliath.
We have. What time is it? Well, we're going to give the password out for the free roll.
When's that? R4.
Now.
Now?
Well, it's 4 o'clock. We've got 2 hours till Reg. We've got the password.
Have you?
Might have.
I didn't even have an email.
Might have. The password for the free roll that's on at 6 o'clock on Grosvenor Poker. The password is Prem Div. Not the Prem League, the Prem Div. P-R-E-M, capital P, P-R-E-M, Div. Because Leeds have just gone up. That's what I'm guessing. Richie Cunningham's obviously on one. He's on his Sangria or something like that, I don't know.
Could it not just be champions?
Yeah, could have been.
Could it not just be promoted?
Yeah, could have been.
Premier League?
Could it have been marching on together? Could have been that. But no.
Is he feeling alright these days, Richie Cunningham?
Probably not.
Is he wearing a helmet when he's playing cricket?
No. I have no idea. But the password is Prem Div. Back to the game.
Yeah, this is a really nice take here from Dale. 14 big suited Broadway would be working against George, but Twan finds Ace King suited behind, and this is just going to have to be an ISO from him. Prem Div.
Aye.
Don't fold, Twan.
No, never. Never ever.
Oh no.
Do not ever fold. It looks like a call rather than a race. Whoa. P-R-E-M-D-I-V. I don't know if it's uppercase P or not. Prem Div. P-R-E-M-D-I-V. I wonder I'll just ISO him with the Ace King. Well, the announcer's call. So off we go. Dale with the King Queen. Twan just calling with the Ace King suited. Aaron Smithson has nailed it. Prem Div. So Dale is all in and at risk in seat number 1. Queen, King of Spades. Looks pretty. Wow, picks up a flush draw. Jack, 5, 6, 2 spades, any queens, any spade. Same scenario. Oh, we lose Dale in 7th. And it's a 7, so we are going to lose Dale out in 7th place. Well played, sir. Really enjoyed watching you.
I honestly think he's played one of the best, probably up there with some of the best poker I've seen over the last couple of days as Dale. But unfortunately in this game, even if you play some of the best stuff, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win. Got unfortunate against Keith in that big post-flop flip. And a lot of nice stuff from Dale.
Well played, Dale. Out of 7th for £7,860.
When I go first and he only, I no choice.
These gentlemen,
Jack Ketch and Twan exchanging some words. Not sure what they're exchanging.
yesterday he folded on your shop queens.
So there we go. Dale Hancock 7, £7,860.
every hand when I only in this, where this, not easy. Oh, not easy. What's the book? You know nothing.
Prem Div isn't working, says Jeff Crow.
Prem Div isn't working. Can you try Prem Div with a small P?
Lowercase. Blind on blind between George and Twan. Two big hands here. Sixes for George. Twan with the jacks. Going to be repopping this, I guess. Just calling. That's the chip leader as Twan. Not wanting to free bet here. This is a huge hand, blind on blind, so I want to get as many chips in as possible. Blind on blind confrontation. Really surprised this could have gone free bet Twan, call George, and we're playing a big pot suddenly. Bet 56 from George, call from Twan. Free roll starts at 6.
Yeah. So I said it was capital. I said I'm not sure if it's capital or not. That's what I said, Jeff. But small P works. Prem Div.
Interesting one now for George. Got to think about Twan's range. That calls flop. He's going to have some ace-X, going to have some deuce-X, going to have some king highs and flush draws. Maybe some pocket pairs, but I wouldn't assign one as big as this because they're probably wanting to free bet pre. So we've seen this line from George already once today. Small bet turn to check back river, and I'm assuming that's what's going on here. Yes, we are using RFID tables.
Indeed. Cardroom Direct, the leading supplier of all cardroom RFID tables.
We actually made them, didn't
Supply America, supply the Falkland Islands, supply everywhere you can ever think. The refurb for the Vic is all being done by Cardroom Direct. Andy Booth should get a lot of recognition for what he does in the industry, in my eyes. Brave you have not had a delay on the stream. There is a delay, 20 minutes.
20-minute delay.
Don't know why you didn't think there'd be a delay. 20-minute delay there is, so we don't get any problems like you have just typed in. Problem boy. Yeah, we work on that delay. So we work on the 20-minute delay so we can chat with you guys in the chat boxes. Or else obviously it wouldn't work. So we see the action 20 minutes behind everybody else. So if you're in the club, you'll know what happens 20 minutes previous. And that's the only way we can chat with you guys in the chat boxes, because we've got 3 chat boxes. We've got the Twitch chat, we've got the Facebook chat, and we've got the YouTube chat, which is why we can chat on time.
Ace Queen 4, jacket chip. Big old pot for that. That's Twan to take. Jacks versus sixes. Could have been bigger potentially. Blind on blind, those two hold ends. Gone Moving from GUKPT.
Not a bad flop for Keith. If Yarsek decides to get giddy with this ace queen, there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, lucky
Flop the lot.
for ace queen. It is a flop that we are going to check back at a decent frequency.
Matty Smith. Anyone in the club 20 minutes ahead who can give me Tower's answer for Goliath ticket, let me know. Well, this has run out terribly for Keith. Come 888.
He may get value though.
Yep.
When he goes this 50k on the river, but it does look like a lot, like a 5 or a 6 from GUKPT's perspective here. If Keith was bluffing, we'd probably expect him to choose a larger size, right? Just seems so value-y. Yeah, still 2 giveaways.
Still 2. We're going to do the Goliath giveaway at 4:45, I think. Well, that's 2 time banks used.
I just feel like Keith's going to go a lot larger with bluffs here because this size just looks like he wants to get calls from ace highs. Sometimes getting that leveling war with yourself. Oh, there's got to be value, but he knows that I'm going to think that.
Did you make it a call with this side?
Yeah, well, it's understandable. We don't need to be right too often. 5.5 to 1 on money. But I think I'm more comfortable calling against big from Keith though. Just doesn't seem like a size that's going to contain many, if any, bluffs.
Well, he's used 4 time banks to make the call, to unfortunately see the bad news that he'd already flopped the straight. And Jarsech says in the bid. Time free roll is 6 o'clock. Password is premdiv, all lowercase. Premdiv. We've got Goliath giveaway. When's the break, young man? When is the break?
24 minutes.
Is the break 24 minutes?
Yes.
The break's 24 minutes. Do we do it before, then, or after? I know. We'll do it at 4:30.
Okay.
We'll do it at 4:30. Goliath giveaway at 4:30 p.m.
What, with 9 minutes?
Yeah.
That's not. No, we're not doing it at 4:30.
Why not?
9 minutes is not long enough. They usually last between 15 and 20.
They don't.
Yes, they do with all the chat and this and la-di-da.
Don't. Gives us 9 minutes. I think it's perfect timing.
I think after the break.
Okay. After the break it is.
Gets everyone to come back as well. We do it before the break, they do the giveaway and then they're off.
Right.
Off for their Sunday dinner. 23 for George on the button. Dwindled a little bit last half hour or so. Next giveaway after the break, probably about 5 o'clock, I reckon.
There we go. And it's a Goliath ticket direct into Goliath.
£200.
If you don't use it, you lose it. Simple as that. I'll take your name. Whoever wins it, I will take the name and the date of birth, pass it on to Joe. He will write it down, put it in the system. When you get to Coventry, you'll tell him you won Jay Thinks in Leeds, and the ticket will be there ready to use. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Ace Queen Suited, jam for Jacketch, going to be getting through.
Is it Premdiv? Premdiv. Let me just type it in. Premdiv. As in like the Premier Division. So we're on 6. Started the day with just 11. Got to the final table after about 2 hours.
With a decent hand for Twan, going to be opening from gun. I agree, Daz.
Me too. I don't set them. Neither does Jay. Prem Div, that's what Leeds are going to be playing in next year.
No, they're going to be playing in the Premiership, not the Prem Div.
Or the Premier League. And also regarding the Goliath, we will need to know what day, what flight you will want to play in so we can stick it in the system. That would be a help for Joachim. And then you're in. And then if you know what day you're going to be playing, you'll actually be straight in the system and you won't even need to queue up. So if whoever wins it, give us the day you want to play it, and there'll be no queuing. You'll be sat down on your table.
About 43k here from Twan, and Mihail with his gut shot. Got to continue as he does. And the king on the turn for Mihail. We turn to see. Just got to check over to Twan, and Twan should be checking back now with the ace queen. We're going to start losing 9x, even some worse queen x other than queen jack, queen 10 if we bet. So no real merit here in betting as Twan. No real draws present on the flop. that aren't there already. The Jack 10, King Jack, King 10. Just doesn't really achieve anything as time. Maybe we get calls from Queen Jack, Queen 10, but we just lose like all the Queen 8 through Queen Deuce suited. Well, it's a small blind call actually, I just saw that, thought it was big blind, but still just a spot that we've got to check. And then potentially go for some thin value on the river when checked too, but that's not going to be the case. Mihail going to get to value bet himself here. Once Tuan checks back turn, just assess he never has 2 pair plus, maybe has ace king once in a while, but got to be value betting here as Mihail and misses a potential value bet on the end.
A weird one, that one.
Just like need to bet ourselves. I just need to think about what Tuan's checked back on the turn. He's never got 2 pair plus. 6 not changed anything on the river, so maybe some ace king we lose to that checks, but
that's it.
Need to go for value, Tower.
Absolutely need to.
Simple as that. And some
watch it. Leaving a few chips on the table there. Around about 16 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a break.
Here we go. Time to flip.
It's one ready to call.
12 bigs here, 12 and a half. Jack's going to shove ace deuce, going to shove ace 3, going to shove ace 4, going to shove deuces, going to shove 3s.
Small blind, big blind coup.
That's
fours, don't fold.
That's the idea, Tower. Like small blind big here. Yeah. Jack should shove ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4. He should shove deuces, he should shove 3s. He may shove some king deuce, king 3 suited that we dominate as well.
Don't fold fours.
I'm going to fold a pair blind on blind for 12
way.
bigs.
We're folding fours?
Like this button shove, cut off shove, can see it, but blind on blind when Jack is supposed to shove ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, supposed to shove deuces and 3s. As soon as we start dominating part of our opponent's range when they're all in,
okay,
not really the spots we want to be folding in. Only 12 bigs, Tower there.
Yeah.
Right, against 20 I see it, against 18 I even see it. 12 big, so just need to recognise what's shoving. Ace deuce is shoving, ace 3 is shoving, ace 4 is shoving. King deuce through king 4 suited might shove. Deuces and 3s are definitely shoving. So when our opponent has like a lot of hands in there, well, not a lot, but a fair amount that we dominate, and we're just going to be flipping a lot of the time as well. Difficult to get dealt a pair. Oh, that is true, Perry, actually. It was Tuan yesterday with the ace 10 of Matt Archer against his jacks. Did take ages to call with 13.
So Mihail leaving chips on the table in the last hand. Tuan not calling with the fours. Does League Casino do bed and breakfast? Just asking for a friend.
Strange.
15 minutes to go.
This is the great thing about this game, and it's why everyone loves it. Like, you can just turn up one day, never play poker, and potentially have a run at it. It's why it's such a great game. You could have been playing for a couple of weeks and just caught some heat at the right time, and then when you get to these sort of stages, you're in no man's land, not knowing what hands we should call, what hands we should jam. What makes it so fascinating, why so many people love it. Not many games in the world that you can play some of the world's best and potentially beat them over a small sample size.
You remember?
No, when he
It's valid from
stuff or
it's valid from next next year.
Let's let one go. So
that one.
you can do 2 more now. Is it okay?
Okay.
Let one go. It's okay.
how many?
No, next year you can.
Next
6 players left here in Leeds.
No.
7 not opening.
Yeah, another misstep. Have to open that one as chip leader. Keith in the small as well, less inclined to do much against us. He just disincentivised to play pots with us. Jack H can't call Jack 8 suited into the muck.
Keep yours ace 9. Chip lead at 59 bigs. 12 minutes to go till the end of this session. Here's 6 for Georgie boy.
George with the A6 suited opens, wouldn't defend this one as Mihal in ICM. Got to go into the muck. Come on, Mihals, says Omdosky, Moldovan power. Queen Jack for Tuam, got to open as the chip leader. Surprised he passed up on the King 7 suited the hand before. Let's open here. King Jack suited for George and potential continue for him. I could see either or. Kind of annoying, 32, 33. Just when we 3-bet and get 4-bet jammed on, having to fold, so maybe just leaves us with this option. Cool. Maybe even like some folding going on. A couple of shorter stacks now. Jack H, Mihal and Jack all drop below 20 bigs. Quite an interesting one from George. I'm actually not sure. I think call in my head seems best, but I could be wrong. Maybe there is some small folding going on in this particular stack configuration. Either way, we see 10-5 deuce rainbow. King Jack of George still out in front. Tom just queen high here. checks over to George, who's got a nice one to potentially start betting here. 3 to a straight flush, knock out some ace highs, target some 6s and 9s with the double barrel on the turn. I feel like it's a nice little stab. Like, we don't really care if we get check raised here. I feel it's just fine to stab, fold out some ace highs, fold out king queen perhaps, set up some multiple street barrels against 6s through 9s. One. Gonna float Queen Jack here. Actually getting value from worse as George. Oh, what a fun card.
King of Hearts on the turn for George, but also open-ended now for Twan.
So Twan just assumed gonna continue playing in flow. I guess he has ace king and George doesn't, but only a select amount of combos in a pretty wide range. Should be opening even from gun, but looks like he is going to start leading on this King of Hearts turn. And as George, we've just got a nice easy call now. So it's really interesting as Twan here, like so important against good players like George to understand where we are and like what we're trying to represent here. Now, if you think about our flop calls, like, I guess we can have King Jack, King Queen suited, but like just really like Ace King that we're trying to rep now. Like, if we flop the set, surely we just check to the aggressor, let him try and barrel, keep some bluffs in a range that's going to be drawing thin in terms of equity when we're as high up as a set. Now we get here as Twan, and we're going to continue trying to rep the Ace King, King Queen, because that's all we're really going to be representing, sir. And how often do these hands float out of position? I know we can see the Queen Jack off does, so maybe he does just have the full King Queen, King Jack at full frequency. This is too small, way too small. If we are going to try and fold out specifically what George has, 2, 3, 5, maybe targeting a 10. Stuff like Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace 10 suited to George. But George can't fold this hand tower. It is what it is. If we're beat here, we're beat here. We can't bet this hand on the flop turn top pair, get led into and fold it here and now. Like, we're just too under rep. Think about what our range looks like to Twan. It looks like we have a 10. So there is the call.
Yeah, he taps the table and says I've got an open ender, and George shows the king. Back up over $1 million, 1.35 million. Last 5 minutes of the session, and then a 15-minute break. And then return at the moment with 6.
Jack 9 for Jack. Shoves for 12. I'd definitely shove suited here as Jack. I'm not sure about... Actually, what am I talking about? If Twan's folding pocket 4s, I think this is a great jam. If our opponent's like not calling 4s, it means he's not calling a lot of other hands that he should be calling. So maybe Jack actually making that adjustment and going to be shoving a lot wider now in these blind on blind situations. I actually really like it, making that little adjustment against someone that probably isn't going to be calling correctly, as we've seen already.
Afternoon, guys, says Douglas. Do we know if we can buy into the Goliath using the app nearer the time? Yes, I do believe so. Keep your ears peeled. We have 2 more live streams, 3 more live streams. 2 more live streams, 3 more live streams, 3 more live streams before, in fact 4 before Goliath. We have 3 Reading, Portsmouth and Edinburgh in May and June. 4. And then London. We go to the Vic on the 16th to the 20th of July. So we have 4 live streams before Goliath. I'm just trying to work it out. Trying to remember where I was. I'm in Leeds.
Do you know what? I'm buzzing for next week because I got a week off.
Yeah.
I've been working for 4 weeks nearly on the
You've
trot.
been on holiday,
I
chatting
haven't.
to your mates.
I literally haven't. I finished
for 4 hours a day.
I finished Luton.
Yeah.
I flew to Cyprus. Started
On holiday.
work straight away. I flew back from Leeds. Got back Thursday. Started work here straight away. I've had no time off, Tower. I'm going to have put my feet up next week. I've been working hard.
I bet you didn't get round the cabana in the sea. Drinking cocktails for fun.
I did get through the amaretto sours, I'll be honest with you.
Ooh, a nice amaretto sour.
I was knocking them back.
Ooh. A nice amaretto sour, that's a great
It
drink.
was work. I was working hard.
So last... No, they're not. They're a really nice drink. I do like a whiskey sour better.
Oh no, they're horrible.
It depends what it's made with. If it's made with Woodford Reserve, I am in all day long.
Because they were just walking around with whiskey sours on a tray all the time.
Were they really?
In the pool bar when the football was on. Like, I remember grabbing one, trying one. I went, not for me, mate. Not for me. Bit too much going on with the taste buds. Weren't a fan. I do, Mr. Problem Boy. I do have my amaretto sour with a straw.
Apple tea.
So the big stacks blind on blind. Don't really want to play a big pot with each other. Keep checking back here with the 5 and 6 of clubs on the river. Not much to target as Keith. Maybe some ace highs. I think George just happy to show down. I'm going to squeeze one more in. Thanks for that, Dennis. I'm glad you enjoyed the coverage out there. It's nice as well just to sort of have a couple of hours with the rotation, have a little break every now and again. Makes a lot of difference when there's 4 commentators and you can switch in and out and be fresh. But thanks for the kind words, mate. I enjoyed it out there. I love it every time. Every time I get to go, grateful for the opportunity. They say suited for George, opens on the button here, last hand before the break. Jack Etch with the suited king, should be seeing some defence from him. If he does fold, it's got to just be he wants his full break, but we've got to defend the suited king, sir, against a button open. Surely not, this can't hit the mark. Can it? No. No. Wow, that don't be showing George you're folding that, sir. Don't let them know you're folding King 6 suited in the big blind to a min click. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We are going to be back at 5 to 5. When we return, I have a £200 Goliath main event seat to give away to one of our viewers. So make sure you return in 15 minutes. See you soon.
Could easily be a defend from Mitch.
Yeah, it could be Tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting as Mitch here. what is it, 20 of Reese. Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch Tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
Oh, all of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan. And did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially taking all of Reese's chips in two hands. No spade either.
He needs one of the two live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
what a hand.
What a run out.
God, dear me, man. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Whoa,
done
what's happening
here,
here?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 17, 18 big blinds, effective. Ravi calls with the Ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the Ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well, but Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only got to done the ace on the river.
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl.
How was that?
I'm thinking about Mistara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
Run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card. And the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhong Juan is champion after that turn.
Wow.
But we continue. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. Antoine Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Twan on Twan action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Twan's not folding kings and Twan Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Twan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding.
Oh.
Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam not all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
Which is the option, that's
There
it.
we go with the all in, and it's back over to Tuan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation tower. Tuan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with tens. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
So Tuan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Tuan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this tower. Second and first and chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
you are not wrong, Tuan Lee
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Tuan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in tens and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Tuan Lee up to 2 million. Tuan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge.
It's actually nice to have John the feature as well, Ty, because funnily enough, every year, the way he busts out of this tournament is just cruel. And no one ever seems to see it, but he always says, oh, this happened. I got aces in against kings, king on the river. I got queen 10 in against queen 9, 9 on the river. I flop quad sixes, he makes 5 of a kind on the river. Like, it's like every year, but no one ever sees it. So,
5 of a kind on the river.
So we're
Look
gonna.
at this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look
Let's
at
see if
this.
it does happen. Couple of kings. Making it 800.
So Jack 10 for Ollie who calls.
So 9-7 boosts.
Imagine the 8 ping.
Oh, do you know what? I'd give it the biggest boom ever, Tav. If the 8 rolls off here, there will be a boom coming from the comms booth. I'll tell you that right now. Better 1K. Oh, so a queen on the turn. Can I root for the king of clubs? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to root for the king of clubs?
Of course you can.
At 1.9 into 4.3. Around 60%, just north off. Sorry, 40%. Put the king of clubs there, dealer, one time. Saunders. What's that? 2 hands?
Have you managed that?
Come on.
Have you managed that?
Oh, this is brilliant. This is just gold.
Poor lad sits there, Rivers has said, he's nailed it, he's called it in one time, dealer, he says, King of Clubs.
Oh my word.
Oh dear.
It goes for the raise, the all in. You got Jack 10. Yes, he has. What else has he got? He's free bet the river. Of course he's got Jack 10. You got Jack 10? Oh yes, of course he's got Jack 10. See you later, Joe. Back to the see you later. 2 hands he lasted, and believe it or not, that's actually his record run in the Goliath Tower. Level 3 for Saunders. Well played, sir. We will see you on your second bullet.
You owe that dealer.
I'm going to show you a little trick. It's called Finding the Kings, but it's a trick that only works with the 4 kings, okay? I'm going to ask you, sir, to touch the back of any one of these cards, okay? Anyone you like. This one. Now, I'm going to try and find the 3 cards that match that one. For example, if he picked a queen, I'll find the 3 of the queens. But remember, the trick only works with the kings, okay? I think that should be king number 1 just there. I'm not looking, but is it? Did I get it right? King number 1, king number 2 just round about here. King number 3 should happen just like this, if I'm looking. It's like an acrobat look, the king of clubs. That's spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts. Now, I'm going to do the trick 2 more times. But each time we do it, it's going to get more and more impossible. This time, once you've picked the card, you can change your mind as many times as you like. Can you touch the back of 1 card for me, please? Anyone you like? This one? Now, do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? Your choice. Stay with it. Remember, the trick only works with the kings. You remember I was telling you that? It only works with the 4 kings. Now, stay with it or change it. You're sure you want to stay with it? Because I hate to think I was cheating. But you can change it if you want. No? You can change it. Do you want to stay with that one? Perfect. That's king number 2. King number 3, I hope, should be round about here. And that's diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades.
I've watched that card all the time. I'd not take my eyes off that card.
I said we're going to do it 3 times. This time, you can change your mind as many times as you like, and we're not going to look at any of the cards until the very end of the trick. Remember, it only works with the 4 kings. So just touch the back of anyone for me. Which one? This one? Do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? You sure? You can look at it. Don't show anybody else, but you can see whether it's right or not. In fact, I didn't even know there's a king or not. He doesn't. In fact, you can lie or tell the truth. It's up to you. So lie if you want. What is the name of that card?
Change it.
Jack of diamonds.
The Jack of diamonds. I mean, I'm definitely, I'm calling on that one. I'm definitely calling on that. All right, remember the trick only works with the kings. Try and stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Perfect, okay. Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Here we go. Straight in, 6 left. Let's do it. 30,000 of the blinds. We've got a Goliath ticket to give away at 5:15.
And a Road to Vegas ticket to give away at 6 o'clock.
Like it. Password for the free roll is PremDiv.
Oh, you got a good question for the Goliath one, as it's the biggest one we're doing in a while.
It is.
Don't want none of this cows on planes or snails travelling.
Well, I've had to delve into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh, great.
Afternoon, Kev. No, you're not sat in your back garden today. Whoa, everybody's moaning how cold it is.
Heil here, ace-9. Thinking about it in the big blind. Only working with 14 bigs. Knows that George will be opening a lot of hands from the cut-off. I do prefer taking like a smaller ace when we actually fold out better hands. Like we never fold out ace-10 here as Mihail. So sometimes nice to take some of the lower down stuff. Difficult to get called by worse as well. sort of in that limbo area. Ace 8 probably doesn't call us, Ace 10 does. So just flat and take 3.
Which is Queen 5 deuce. Top pair for George.
George with the continue. It does get awkward here as Mihail, because Ace 9 high can definitely be the best of it here. Just difficult to withstand barrels on later streets. Basically calling to hope that our opponent just checks back turn and river and we get to show this one down, so wouldn't mind just letting it go now. He is going to take one off against a small price. I can see it. Just feel like it's one of these. Ace 9 spade, yeah, get involved. Ace 9 no spade, just a lot of turns where you just have to fold to the second barrel. Just want to set this up for a river jam as George, no checking back. Don't even need to go big here. Now we pick up the flush draw to go alongside our top pair. This is the thing about the flop calls, Mihail. Yeah, we do want to get involved with ace highs against late position opens on boards like this, but just with no real backdoors against double barrel, just going to struggle to continue. We'll need to get out of the way here.
So we're on 6 in Leeds. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're watching from.
Leeds, Leeds, Leeds.
Leeds, Leeds, Leeds.
Up to the Prem Div we go. Prem Div. Come on, Richie Cunningham. Need a better password than that. 15 minutes time, guys. Chance to win yourself £200 for the Goliath. Giving it away. 15 minutes.
What we will ask for is
your date of birth.
Yeah.
So if you're under the age of 18, you'll get caught out.
And which day you are playing, so Joe can instantly input you into that day. And then you don't even need to queue up.
George, now chip leader, gets to open this hand in a 6-handed situation, raises to 60. 6-5 of clubs for Keith. Gonna go for free bet here. Spicy old take. Like, to be fair, when we are like 70 effective, we actually can take some of these ones, even suited, 6-5 suited. Still slightly too shallow at 50, but kind of the right idea. Need to be deeper to be taking these suited connectors. We do flush out the 10-9 suited.
Keith Littlewood won the last ever Northern Lights PLO comp. Ever. He beat Stormy Norman behind us.
Yeah.
Norman Reynolds, he beat him, heads up. And Greek Jack. God bless him.
Is that Chris Johnson?
Yep. Martin Cabinet, Tim Flanders, Andy Greekfish, and Carlo.
Andy Greekfish?
Yeah. He used to play all the time, Andy Greekfish.
I know. Do you know what? I used to play cash with him for probably about 3-4 years, and then I've just not seen him in a while.
No.
Andy was a good laugh, Andy. He was the one that tipped Ronaldo.
Talk forever.
Ronaldo, because he's in with Wolves, isn't he? He got everyone to back Cristiano Ronaldo when he was at Real Madrid to go to Wolves next.
To go to Wolves?
To go to Wolves. He had inside information. He was telling everyone at the cash table that Cristiano Ronaldo was off to Wolves. And obviously us lot all had a little flutter on it.
Yeah, as you do.
As you do. And it never happened.
Never.
Andy Greekfish. What a guy.
Right. He won the last ever Northern Lights. 102 runners. PLO. Last ever Northern Lights. PLO. Yeah, Greekfish. Not seen him for years. We haven't.
George, top pair. And a nice couple of flops rolling off for us.
Key for the Jack 9. Out of the way. Yosek with the King Jack off from the high Jack. Moves all in with King Jack. Oh, the big blind doesn't wake up with something. Oh, he has! George!
Take nothing away from Jack Etch. Have to jam this hand for 10.
Do we?
Yes. Yes, we do. From late position, yes, we do. Under the gun, probably not. +1, probably not. MP, close. LP, in it goes. Have to jam tower. Just run into it. George, can we find a Jack for Jacketch?
Or is he the first out in this next session?
Oh, gotta.
Yeah. 9s are playing, as well as Jacks. Well, now, Queens
and 9s.
And 9s.
Actually, a good card to see. Additional out for us.
It is not. It's an 8. So Yarsech is going to be eliminated in 6th.
Which means
well played, sir.
We'll be on a reduced clock for the remainder of the final table.
40 minutes when we get to the next session, or next level.
Long way to go.
Absolutely. Well played, Yarsech.
How are we doing? Live at the shed. Afternoon, gents. Enjoyed your comms from Cyprus, Jay. Thanks for the win. Tits 1 for the win, as I butcher every hand too, and he gives me hope.
I love it. Just telling us we're on a 40-minute clock when we get to the next level. There you go, Steve. You're absolutely right. Jay will back a bet for Ronaldo to join Wolves, but won't back Tower Strand.
Yeah, because this was from a man that has like probably one of the biggest sports bettors in the whole country. Like literally, from someone who's in the know usually. That's why I had the bet. It weren't I just walked to the bookies one day and go, I wonder if Cristiano Ronaldo would join Wolves next season. What price can I get on that, Mr. William?
And they all laughed at you and said, any price you want.
Yeah. King 9 for Twan on the button. Passes up on the open. George in the small blind. Feel like potential one to still, but we have brought ourselves back to the pack now as Twan, and to be fair, that dinner looks nice, so don't blame him.
I love it. Love it.
Yeah, Keith could have put this one to work if he wanted to, but less incentivised against George. First and second in chips, just want to play small pots against each other. However, George may fancy a 1BB here with a 4-5, nice one to choose, always folding out better hands, and got 3 to a straight, so we'll get some turns that we get to barrel on. And King 5 for Keith here. And look, even Keith just King high folding, which is probably meant to call once against 1BB. Nice little stab from George. I better get some paper, 8 minutes time. Have you got any?
I have indeed, just for you.
And you got a Sharpie?
Just for you.
Lovely. Goliath giveaway on its way. I've got a big game right now as well, Arsenal-Newcastle.
Is that a big game, is it?
Well, Newcastle can finish potentially second in the league.
Oh, right, okay. Does it make a difference?
Well, it might, because with 2 games left to go, if Arsenal lose both of them games, and Forest, Villa, Chelsea and Newcastle win all their games, Arsenal don't get Champions League next season.
Really? Wow.
But they need a lot of things to happen. They need to lose both their last games and everyone around them win all their last
Forest
games.
won?
Yep, Forest won.
Villa won on Thursday.
Villa did win on Thursday.
Easy.
Against Spurs, Friday. I don't know, you obviously get more money for finishing in second than you do third as well for the club itself, right?
Yeah, that's good for Levy then.
I'm talking about Newcastle here,
Oh,
not
yeah.
Spurs, we're at the bottom.
Oh yeah, you only got £8.40
Yeah,
this year, wouldn't you?
something like that. Yeah, so if City win their last 2 games, Villa win their last game, and Chelsea win their last game, and Arsenal lose today and lose their last game of the season, they don't get Champions League. They finish 6th.
Wow.
Which I would, you know what? There might even be an open top bus parade for the Spurs fans if that happened. We might even start one. I might even start it myself.
Password is PremDiv, all lowercase. We don't know why, but it is. PremDiv. PremDiv.
Look, someone's always got to spoil my party, Kev. Forest play Chelsea though, but I know it doesn't matter about Forest because Forest are in 7th. Forest are irrelevant. It's all about City, Villa and Chelsea and Newcastle getting above them. So that's fine. Forest playing Chelsea is fine. And Arsenal's last game is Southampton. Oh dear. Oh dear.
What's happened now?
Arsenal's last game is Southampton, so maybe I'm clutching at straws here, but
6 minutes to go until we going to do a Goliath giveaway. Can I just ask, Dave says, did you enjoy the donuts and shared them with the boys?
Who said that?
Dave, who brought them in. And Kazu was in the event. Kazu was in the seniors. She says, I hope you really enjoyed them. And I said, I don't know what you're on about.
Well, I don't know what's happened, but someone's been in the break, and now it's just celery and carrot sticks with a dollop of hummus on the side, which I doubt you're going to want, Tower. So I'll just leave these next to me. If you fancy some carrot sticks or celery sticks, let me know.
Okay.
It's a nice dollop of hummus in there as well.
That's a nice snack, actually. I like the red pepper hummus. So 5 minutes to go till the giveaway. You could have picked 11 poker players out of the room today and they would have beaten Spurs on Thursday.
10 of clubs on the turn. George turns best. We've got Swan barreling away. Just a nice easy call. Ace of clubs on the river, not the most appetising card to barrel as Twan. George will call a lot of ace highs and play them in this manner. Any sort of big bets here as George, as like an exploit to get a 10 to fold, get a 10 off a chop? Perhaps? We don't get called by 4 anyway, right? So Twan never's got any ace X when he bets turn. Maybe there's some sort of like little exploit here, getting a 10 off of a chop, going like for the pot size bet, putting a 10 in the blender. Like, we're probably not getting called by worse here as George, but I wonder if there's any of this going on. Really pressurise some of the 10x of our opponent. Thinks better of it.
Password is for the live stream free roll on Grosvenor Poker at 6 p.m.
Ready for this giveaway after this hand. It's a big one, guys. It's for the live Goliath seat, £200 main event. You can be joining us at Coventry for this one. Estimated, what's estimated on it this year?
2 mil.
2 mil? 2 mil for 200 quid? Potentially for free if you're watching the live stream.
What about that one? That's got a million guarantee on it.
$1 million guarantee.
That's a guarantee. And the satellites on PokerStars for that. And the satellites on PokerStars tonight. 30 seats guaranteed tonight for Goliath. 30 seats guaranteed.
King 10 for Keith. Opens to 75, 2.5x, mixing it up. George with ace jack here, not going to be any free betting going on. We don't want to play bots with second and chips of a big size that can do damage to our stack, so just always call and see free.
How's the cup final going? I don't mean like Crystal Palace, Man City. I meant the side event.
I'll have a look after this hand because this could be an interesting one. Bet from Keith starts off with 75k, just shy of 40%. George just clear, call here, nut high hand. Gotta take a turn.
Which is a 7 of hearts, bringing flush draws.
Check, check. What I expect. Keith would be in a horrible spot if he got check raised by this stack size, so just check back our top pair here when advantage of flushes go to George in the big blind. Doesn't go for value there, interesting. I feel like once George checks 2, King's always going to be the best of it, King 10 especially. Maybe some value to be had, but passing up on the opportunity on that occasion.
It's quarter past.
It's quarter past, oh no. Big giveaway time, guys. We have 2 more left today.
Huge.
This one is the biggest. We're doing it now, peak time, 5:15 on a Sunday. No one's watching Arsenal, so thought we'd do it right here and now.
Would you ever stay in and watch Arsenal play football?
Rules are as simple as this. I'm going to ask, no, Tao's going to ask me a question.
Aye.
I'm going to write it down here on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win themselves a £200 Goliath main event seat. Couple of things to mention about this. If you win the seat, we need your date of birth, we need your full name, and we also need the day that you would like to play your day one flight. So if you're on holiday at the end of July through to August, you can't win because you can't play it.
Non-transferable.
Exactly that. You can't give it to a friend, give it to a family mentor. If you win this giveaway, you have to play the Goliath main event. One guess per account, please, guys. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. Don't be getting yourself DQ'd. We do check. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't be giving me any clues. In the chat box, please.
If you win it and say I can't play it, Jay will bar you for life.
I will. Easy as that.
Easy as that.
Barred for life. Lovely shot by Keith, by the way. Love this.
Oh, okay.
Gonna work.
Yeah, it is. So, seeing as though it's on, it's a Goliath ticket. It's on Goliath, and it's pretty easy. You've been at them all since 2018.
Oh, since 2018.
So
okay.
all I want to know, please, is how many entries were there at Goliath X?
Which one was that?
I'm not telling you that.
Who won it? Can you tell me
Not
that?
telling you that neither.
When did it start?
Goliath X.
Goliath X. Which one was that? Was that the one just before lockdown?
Goliath X. How many? Don't guess. Do not put yourself out of the winning chance of winning. No guesses just yet. How many runners were in Goliath X?
I've got my answer down there. Can you tell me which year was that?
2022.
2022.
Away you go. 2022, it was the one that Kyle Jeffrey won.
Okay.
Numbers down. Away you go. We'll keep his eye on the chat. We'll keep his eye on the table. We'll keep his eye on the poker that's going on. And it's all about what does Jay think the answer was.
Goliath X, how many entries total? You're looking for my answer, and this is worth £200, guys. It's a Goliath main event seat. You might as well have a guess if you're free back end of July, ready for the Goliath main.
How many entries were in Goliath X? Is what we need to know. And it's all about what Jay thinks.
Chat through for Twan under the gun. Doubt he's going to be doing much here.
Plenty of yous guessing. How many entries does Jay thinks there were at Goliath X?
Ian Roberts has gone for 86,150 entries.
If that's the right answer, I'll buy you into the World Series main event for the next 50 years. Just saying. Good guess, Ian. Glad it was on your Facebook account. So, how many entries does Jay think there were at Goliath X? He wrote his answer down and then we told him that was the one that Kyle Jeffrey won.
Yeah, nice jam here from Keith, just setting all the short stacks in behind with a middling offsuit ace-X. Actually not sure about the exact configuration, but seems good. Yeah, perfectly fine from Keith. Sub 20, everyone behind. Sub 16, actually everyone behind, but nice jam. Just going to get a lot of pickups.
Ian Cubbins ready. He's this time. So how many entries does Jay think there were at Goliath X? Yeah, imagine if he's wrote 86,150 down. Imagine if that's all. Oh dear.
Do you think Tower would say that if he could see that I'd wrote that answer down on my piece of paper? Do you think he'd say that? Do you know this man? Do you know this man?
It could even have been a pint, never mind. Never mind a pint at World Series. Couple of minutes to get your guesses in. How many entries were there in Goliath X?
King Queen for Jack. Sends it in on the button. 7 big blinds, and George with the ace deuce suited here. Jack, who's played phenomenal, I think, the last couple of days. Highly impressive. Going to need to win a 44% job here to stay alive in this main event. Paint arrives on the 6-3 deuce. Still got 2 pulls in it. Needs a king or a queen. 3 on the turn, not changing anything. Jack down to 6 outs. River card is a 3, so boat for George takes out Jack Allen. Great run from Jack, going to take home £13,190 for his trouble. Played some really good stuff over the last few days. Enjoyed watching him.
Starting to run deep in a few events that we do, does Jack. Well done, Jack. Great effort, sir. We are now down to 4. Did you get to Goodison Park today, Ian? Quite emotional, some emotional scenes there.
Yeah, it was emotional scenes when Beto scored 2 and they were both disallowed, and I captained him today in FPL. Emotional scenes, all right.
Very emotional scenes. A lot of red eyes there were, to be fair. They looked very emotional. Last game ever at Goodison Park.
Couple of ladies for Twan now on the bottom. Needs to open though. Would be a mistake to shove here. We want action. We got 15 bigs. Let one of the blinds, the big stacks, set us in. Keith's been playing active with the chip lead, so giving an opportunity to just set us in. It's just going to be a raise and take. One guess per account.
Yep.
1 guess per account.
Oh, boss says there was some emotional stuff from Jay Wednesday night. Come on, United. What?
Keep dreaming, boss. Keep dreaming. Have you seen your team? I know we are bad, but you lot are diabolical. I'm sorry. No chance. We should be favourites for that game.
So, how many entries does Jay think there were at Goliath X? Shall I give him the correct answer?
You can give him the correct answer.
We'll give you the correct answer, and then we'll give you Jay's answer a couple of minutes after.
Okay.
So we can see if you get at least anything off Jay's tells. Goliath X, there were 10,584 entries, and Kyle Jeffrey won 200,000 smackaroonies. But that's not what we need to know. If you put that, you're probably a long way away. Jay's answer on its way. 10,584. Roy's done the writing out of it so we don't get it wrong.
Got a few on the old ban list here as well.
No way, what's happening?
I'm just checking because someone might have got really close and they might have doubled guess and they're gone on the black book, unfortunately.
No way.
Yeah.
Is that just for today or forever?
Forever. I've got my little spreadsheet with all the names. Barred for life.
So we'll give you Jay's answer after the next stand. You've got about a minute to get in it. One guess per account. 10,584 entries in Goliath X. But how many does Jay think there were? Answer on its way. The question is, how many entries were there at Goliath X? That was the question. People walking around watching the live stream but can't hear it.
Well, here we go. Mihail with ace-7. Twan with ace-king.
Down to 180,006 big blinds, and in they go with an ace. Twan win. Twan win with the ace. King. He stands up. Everybody around the room is watching. A 7 on the flop for Mihail.
Mihail, 7 ball, looking good. Could have been down to 3, but now it's Twan that needs a 3 out. Any kings about? Oh, additional equity. 10's working alongside the 3 kings. Is it going to be a double for Mihail?
Yes, it is. Sit back down, sir. 420. So, the final 30 seconds to get your last guess in. If you've had one, don't have another, please.
I like it. I like it.
You just like banning everybody.
I just like banning everyone.
The comp will be closed in 20 seconds. And then you'll know what to do. Because you'll have to tell us your name, your date of birth, and what day you want to play Goliath. And then that man right there will stick your name in it, and you'll be entered. Won't need to queue up, won't need to do anything. Seated draw, 11:15, boom. Like that?
Yeah, I like it.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and closed. The competition is now closed. So I don't think anything's happening this hand, so we'll go straight over to Jay.
Will we?
We'll go straight over. 10,584 runners in Goliath X back in 2022 when Kyle Jeffrey won £200,000. What was your thinking with that one?
Well, I thought X was before lockdown.
Ah.
I thought it was the last one before lockdown for some reason. So the year Lee Reynolds won it. Lee Reynolds.
2019.
I went with that year as Goliath X. We're going to come back to it, guys, because we've got an all-in and a call
We
here.
have indeed.
Twan with 3s, George with King Jack, off to Flipsville.
There we go. Are we down to 3? Are we down to 3? Didn't think anything would happen, but George decides to come along. It's one win. And now needs to fade any pain whatsoever. Any pain, and he is out. Any paint to avoid. And does doubles up. Back over to Jake.
Yeah, so I thought it was the Lee Reynolds year. I'm pretty confident that didn't get more than 10,000, and I thought it was in the 9,000 somewhere along those lines. So I went for 9,120.
9,120. A good effort.
And the winner is...
The winner... obviously nobody got it close.
No one got it spot on.
Nobody got it spot on.
No one was 1 away. No one was 2 away. No one was 3 away.
Well,
but someone...
We could go on for hours.
Hold on, no, I'm ready. No one was 3 away. But someone was 5 away.
5?
And that was Bluefish 1984 on Twitch.
Bluefish? Where do I know that?
The person we were taking the mick out of for 86,000 on YouTube.
No way!
We're living in a sim. we're living in a sim. We have to be. We just ridiculed him for putting 86,000. He comes into Twitch, guesses in that chat box. Boom! Goliath seat.
No way!
For the Bluefish.
Oh man. Ian Roberts.
What do you mean? FSJ, Jerry. What does that mean? I thought it was the year Lee Reynolds won it, which was the last Goliath before lockdown. I just couldn't remember when X is. Why didn't they just call it Goliath 2022?
Because it was the 10th anniversary. Goliath X. Unbelievable. No, it's not a double guess. You can have one on Facebook, one on Twitch, and one on YouTube.
One per account.
One per account is what we always say. And we always say that.
People usually have a guess over the course of the 3 platforms.
Yes. Which, for next time, if you want to do it, you can.
So, as it's your ticket, I'm assuming you're going to get the details for Ian.
Yeah, Ian, you know what to do. Name, date of birth, day you want to play. Thank you.
And if you want to look at the days, Ian, go on to Grown Up Poker, have a look at the Goliath schedule. Actually, look how nice we are.
Yep.
Just make it easy for you. There you go. There are all the flights you can play. Don't say you want to play on the 2nd. I'm not falling for that one. But any day from 26th of July to Friday, August the 1st.
Brilliant.
£200 Goliath seat given away on stream.
Well done.
Yeah, and for those saying about double guess, for the veterans of Tower Finks, you'll probably be aware a lot of people have a YouTube account, they have a Twitch account, they have a Facebook account, they give themselves a better chance of winning the ticket. There's no way for us to monitor who is who across different accounts, so the only fair thing we can do is just say 1 guess per account, and it's been like that for years.
Yeah, nice one, Ian. He's driving at the minute. Give him 20. Nice one, Ian. Thanks for the reply. Driving back home from Goodison Park. There we go.
There was 9,300 entries the year Lee Reynolds won.
Oh, that was a good guess.
Well, it weren't because it was Goliath X.
Well, I know, but your thinking was on that one.
I forgot Tom Jones chopped it that year. That was unusual. Jerry Fool says, can we have a redraw, please? Isn't it illegal to be driving and watching the screen? Do you not know Ian Roberts, Jerry? He has a chauffeur for his chauffeur.
Maybe that's why he typed in 86,000.
Queen 10 for Mihail, 20 minutes left of this level before we hit the 40-minute levels. Could have been heads up. We had 2 all-ins and a flip and a 70-30 and 30% one and then the flip. Could have had a situation that we were already heads up at 5:30.
Roy Cyphers just back from Forest Pines. I have to say, what a course and what a weekend. Brilliant 2 days ago. Good on you, Roy. Nice one indeed.
So 7-8 for Keith, completes in the small blind. Ohio with the Queen 4. Going to check his options. Still one more chance, guys. If you want to win something today, we have our final Road to Vegas ticket to give out at 6:15. So it's 6:15. Potential chance to join Grosvenor and the team in Vegas this summer. It all starts with a Road to Vegas token. Will be given out in about 45 minutes.
Raise. Cool. All in and a call.
Whoosh! Well, double up for Mihail. All in on the turn. Difficult for Keith not to go with that one in a blind on blind situation. Lots of draws present as well. Feels like second pair too good not to be getting it in with. Mihail back to 780. Another all in a call, which goes to the short stack four-handed. Don't forget, guys, as well, we've not just got the giveaway at 6:15, we've also got a big announcement at 6 p.m. Whoosh! Big announcement coming at 6 p.m. Pocket sevens for Mihail, pills in the small blind. Could have potentially just jammed here. This could have got in. Less ICM now, four-handed. Not as caged as much. Already locked up a decent prize for ourselves. Fourth place money. Good. For £17,340. So I think as Mihail, we could have jammed here. This definitely could have got in pre. Four-handed, sevens versus ace-queen. And then potentially Mihail doubles up because Keith's not folding, is he? Oh, maybe he's out. Maybe he's out the door.
Well, your theory might be out the window, mate. Lenny's just posted what a goal from Rice.
Oh, great. Wait, another one.
Yeah.
Remember about 3 months ago when you told me to take Tonali out of my my FPL?
Yeah.
You do realise who's like one of the best midfielders in FPL the last 3 months?
What's he done today?
He hasn't done anything today.
There you go.
But
Proves my point.
You told me to take him out and he's been a superstar.
He's got hardly any fantasy league points.
He's one of the best over the last couple of months. Finding goals from everywhere as Keith goes for value here with his queen. Mihail, tough spot with the sevens. Is he going to get curious? It's one where Keith might bluff some stuff like ace-jack, ace-10, jack-10, jack-9 suited. One thing that's kind of interesting though, like the jack-10, jack-9, 10-9 probably just c-bet flop, so we probably lose a lot of bluffs just from the flop action. And even when Keith's got like ace-jack, ace-10, these may still just knuckle back turn to try and show down, so taking these components into account, I do feel like we're just going to be shown a queen or a slow bay king here a lot of the time. As played, 250 into 460 on the end for Keith, so veering towards 60%. Mihail does pay, sees the bad news. Keith Littlewood on the charge. Jack 7 for Mihail, got to go into the mark.
Four players left. What a great last 2 days in Leeds. Really enjoyed this GUKPT. Keith Littlewood chip leader. Mihail hanging on. He's been all in 3 times and doubled up each time today.
King Queen for Twan on the button, nice one to open.
7-8 deuce flop. Better 60 from Keith. With a good shot. Overs for Twan, so he's coming along for the ride.
With the King of Spades, seems mandatory. I don't think a board Keith gets the lead in theory. Just should be checking over to the aggressor 2 on the turn. Now what's the idea as Keith? Is it a white flag wave? You're going to continue barreling, does wave the white flag, and there's Twan here. Still ahead of the bluffs, no real reason to bet. We're not folding out 7, an 8 or a deuce. Keith never bets ace high, so just a nice one to check behind.
King 4 Twan, which Keith might make a stab at this, thinking that the big card, that's what he's repping. So he bets 175.
I'd raise here as Twan. I know we can see Keith's got 5 high, but I feel like if Keith has a deuce, he's just going to continue betting. He gets in 8s and 7s pre, so it's just literally quad deuces that want to check turn as his big value hands and go for value. So if I was Twan there, I feel like it's a really nice spot to raise for value. Like Keith's just never got a better hand than King Queen has played. Like 8s and 7s should get him pre at that stack depth of Twan. The only one is quad deuces, one combo that maybe could be in there, but we just fold to a jam after raising anyway. But I feel like one that wants to raise in a 4-handed configuration. What a spot for George to pop though. I feel like George will fancy himself here in this little 4-handed setting, but you can fancy yourself, but you still need to get decent distribution, or at least not the trash distribution, which just sort of stops us from getting involved. Biggest cash in a GUKPT main actually come in the grand final, £14,520 for George, and he's all in here with the A7.
It's weird because I think I've known him for years,
Yep,
but he's not had too many results, has he? This seems to have been around the last couple of years, and his name's there because George goes pop.
Yep.
Does he go pop this time? Well, he can't because Mihail obviously is the all-in player. Can he double up for the 4th time? Mihail, seat number 9.
He can't come from behind again.
Well, he's got more outs.
Yes.
He's got jacks playing for him, as well as 10s and kings. Six of diamonds on the turn.
Looking bleak on this occasion for Mihail. King 10s jacks.
Oh, the 10 is there! There it is on the river.
He's been chatting with Turk. It was Turk's day yesterday.
It was indeed. Unbelievable. George losing a few. And Mihail back up to 21 bigs.
Could this be the first time someone has won a mini main and a main at one stop? Who won the mini? I thought it was Rob, wasn't it? Duras.
Rob Duras won the mini.
Yeah.
None of these.
None of these lot.
None of these lot won the mini.
It was actually here at Leeds where it actually happened. Adam Owen won the mini and the main event, I think 2018, maybe 2019. Mini main double has been done before. We had the midi and mini double done by Ravi as well. Three minutes before we hit the 40k level on a 40-minute clock now, guys.
Keith won the mystery but was chopped 7 ways. Thomas Clack won the high roller. Anybody want to get into the free roll? The password is PremDiv. PREMDIV. PremDiv.
Turn Keith calls on the button here. I prefer free bet if we are going to get involved as Keith. I think it's going to play much better as an aggressive route. George not really wanting to get involved against us.
8-10 queen flop.
Like the check from George, not much going on for our hand. I think just kind of already done with the hand in our pot against a cover and stack. Now maybe see some delays from Keith once check 2.
Last hand of this level. Lines going up to 40,000.
Interesting flop here. Twan, top pair, top kicker, looks like just going to come out better. Maybe feels needs protection. George gut shot, backdoor hearts, overcard. Going to have to stick around. Although it is a big bet. 2/3 pot here, even still 7-4 of hearts. Wouldn't be going anywhere here as George.
Eight of clubs turn.
That's George here. Literally got the nut low. He'll decide to check back, have a free week. Doesn't necessarily mean we can't bluff rivers. If club rolls off, checks to us, we have to bluff, or we can just get there in the form of a 7. Have some of that.
That's the way to do it for George.
Has to value bet. Like, Twan bet flop, not going to have much 8x, especially with the snap knuckle on the turn. It's just got so much ace deuce, ace 3, like a lot of one pair stuff here as Twan. 6x, 3x, deuce x, all this type of stuff. But George not choosing to value bet the 7 here, blind on blind. I feel like Twan always bets an 8 or better. So with a 7 there, I think we want to target a 6-3 or deuce as George, but not going for the cutthroat value. Takes a small one from Twan. How this has changed. Both Twan and Michal right back in it. They looked out, both of them below 300k at one point. one. Should see an open on the button. Not going to open it here. That is strange. Queen Jack off, just dished into the mark, folded 2 on the button. Maybe looking at these ladders, but sometimes misperception. People feel like when they get 4 free-handed, this is when they need to be even tighter, but it goes the other way. Now we have a decent amount of the prize pool locked up. Less ICM there, so even with the 2 big stacks in the blind, should be opening that hand as Twan. Either or, good stab here.
Turn card, 7 of hearts. Bringing in flush draws, straightening draws.
Someone's got to bet. George should bet here with the dummy and gut shot. 5 high once again. Just folding out like a 10-4, a jack deuce.
Or even a 6 deuce.
Yeah, yeah, on 6 deuce.
4 left, Leeds. 10 win, 20 bigs. And seat number 3. C5, George Pop, 40 bigs. Keith Littlewood, 49 bigs. And Mikhail Lavochi. And seat number 8.5.
Minutes left of the session, guys. I actually totally forgot that it's not going to be a 2-hour session because of the clock reduced. So, can we squeeze the giveaway in with the announcement as well, or should we do it next session? Half hour. I've got to do the announcement plus the giveaway. It's a lot, isn't it, for 30 odd minutes?
What time are you doing the announcement?
Now, after this hand.
Now?
Now.
What announcement is it?
Well, you don't know because it's my announcement.
Jonker. Well, nobody's told me I'm retiring. Insane Dev, you said 6 o'clock, Jay.
It's coming after this hand. What do you want me to just cut the hand off?
Have you ever fancied flicking in Goliath, or do you not because of the stream? Sam could always step in. Yeah, but you're obviously going to play the Goliath to win it. So you'd have to have 3 days off, which is a day 1, a day 2, and a day 3. That's 3 days off. So we played the tag team once. We were very unlucky. We actually bubbled it.
There are going to be some problems here for Mihail. If the Queen do suited. What?
What's on there?
What?
Fold?
Did he just check fold top pair?
Yep.
Correctly?
Yep. Tell you what, some of these players.
What on earth is that? That is outrageous. Correct, but outrageous.
Look, Insane Dev is like that.
All right, Insane Dev.
Is like that.
Hold your horses. I'm not lying. I said 6 o'clock. We have to wait for the hand to finish. We're not going to cut the hand short.
The password, by the way, is PremDiv. PREMDIV. I'll type it into the chat because we don't even know what it means.
So, guys, White Tower is typing that into the chat. For those that about 5-6 months ago were tuned into the stream, we had a little idea about the WSOP in Vegas and the main event. And we had an idea about putting this man in. $10,000 buy-in, obviously it's quite a chunk if you can't sell the action. So we're going to try and get Tower out to the WSOP main event. What has been posted on Facebook, there is a post and there is a link where you can put your name down for a unit. We are selling a unit at £105 per unit. There's the picture of the tower. That's what's going to happen. Could you imagine that happening? You just there with all the money in front of you. It would be scenes galore. But what is going to happen, guys, we're selling one unit at £105. There will be a spreadsheet with all the names that have one unit. We're only giving one unit to person because it's going to go out. It's going to sell like hotcakes. If there is the anomaly that happens and we don't get 75 units sold, then you can buy another unit, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. So the 105, that covers the $10,000 buy-in for your main event, your flights, a little bit of expenses, and then there might be a little bit left over if the exchange rate changes for like a side event, which the guys will also get a little piece of as well that have taken a unit. So the best way to get involved, guys, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, there is a link and a post where you'll see this picture of the tower. Click on the link and that should show you the way. But that's what we're trying to do. 75 units of £105, I don't think it's going to be a problem. With the traction we get on the stream and people that have said to me that they want a piece as well, like unless they're all joking. There's a lot of people that have asked me, when's Tower doing his WSOP main? When's it going to happen? What are we doing? But the link's out now. We have a spreadsheet where we're going to put each name that has their unit, and then when they paid, we can tick them off and they're done, and then they got the sweat for the summer. But that's it, guys. I'll keep pulling it up and mentioning it, but head over to Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. You'll see the link, and hopefully we're going to get Tower in the WSOP main event this year.
Unbelievable. Honestly, just amazing.
Jay, question, why does Tower look like 20 years younger in that picture? Is it this one?
Yep.
You do look quite young there, actually.
It's the hair.
It is the hair. It goes a different way. It's because it's not spiked up. Look, it's got spiky here.
Got a bit of a trim.
So I'll keep pulling that up, guys. But over to Facebook. Carl Lakeland said he is in. You'll see the post on the Grosvenor Facebook page. Just click the link, head over, and hopefully we've all got a sweat at the WSOP main this year.
Choked up, man.
Oh, no Photoshop on that photo, Chris. That's the tower.
I think in the past I've actually had a picture of the $1 million that used to be in Binions.
Yep. 1 unit, 1%. So what's 1% of 10 million? £100,000 for everyone.
Is that what it is? Wow.
So that's your upside anyway, £100,000, and your downside is 105 quid.
Wow. There is no downside.
I really don't think it's going to be a problem, guys. You need to get in quick as well, because once the 75 units are sold, that will be that. There we go, another one. Kev's in, 1 unit. Mark Dolan's in, I'm in, £105, another unit. This is going to be easy. I don't think it's even going to be hard. Do you know what? We're also going to put Tower into the one drop £1 million buy-in. If you, I'm joking. Back to this four-handed collision. George and Keith sitting pretty, 1 and 2. Twan, Mihail, Need some work to do with their stacks. King 3-4. Beautiful flop here for Keith. Top stop pair with the second nut flush draw. George thinking about showdown with the ace 10 once we get here. I always find these spots tricky because yeah, the queen comes, we've got the Broadway draw, but blind on blind, like we don't fold out anything better as George, so just better to check call. Even a 3 doesn't fold to a bet blind on blind. Ace jack doesn't fold, so just need to check call our hand. Seems the only avenue to take. Keith going for his value with his top pair. Yeah, Kev, you're down on the spreadsheet. Someone would like to know before they buy a tower.
Yes.
Have you ever won a live MTT?
Yes.
Yes, there we are.
Plenty.
Plenty. Have you ever won a live MTT that wasn't a one day at Blackpool?
No. I'm being honest.
At least he's honest.
I'm being honest. I beat a guy that's won a GUKPT heads up in Blackpool. Who was that? Mikey Clark. I beat him heads up. See, I have pedigree.
Carl Lakeman says, I've just clicked the link, guys. It just brings the stream up. Is that link on Facebook to the stream, PK? Oh, because of the 6 o'clock announcement. I thought it took you to the spread. I guess just put it in the chat box, Carl. I've got you on the spreadsheet. We're writing the names down as they go, and then we'll obviously be in contact with how to collect payment. Ron says, well, you've got none on Hendon, Bob. He's researching you now.
They've got to be over a certain amount of money, and you had to input them yourself back in the day.
I like you doing your homework, though, Ron, before you invest. I actually like that. I've got a lot of time for that, not just willy-nilly. Yeah, go on, I'll have a punt. Just doing his research on the tower.
Look, I beat a GUKPT when it heads up for a title in Blackpool. Manchester, Birmingham, Coventry or Guildford Les is still in the Pompey with 5 left in the link competition. 23 bags up top. Let's go, Les. Is it Guildford Les? He's actually from Birmingham or something.
Yeah. Essex, weren't it? And for those guys on YouTube that want a piece, it's hard when I don't have a name. Like JB says, count me in. But how we put JB on the spreadsheet, how are we going to get in contact with you, how to pay JB? So I think the best thing to do for those like that want to stay anonymous in the chat, go to Grosvenor Poker and just drop Grosvenor Poker a message on Facebook. Just say, I want a piece of tower. That's the best way to get around that.
He's actually from Guildford. He moved further north as the days went on. He did, didn't he? He just went up and up and up. That was funny.
So Keith with the 9 high here, starting to bluff. Love this from Mihail. Calls with king high, just recognising that Keith should set him in with an ace. Oh no, they're going to chop it. Playing the board.
What a moment being put into the main event. You're an absolute, I'm in tears here, mate. Absolutely unbelievable. Just insane stuff. And I just thought it was just a laugh and a joke that Jay was doing on about 6 months ago.
Why would I make a laugh and a joke about that? It's something that can actually happen. We can make happen. We've got the viewership to make it happen. And the thing is as well, I'm not even saying this jokingly, I think you do pretty well in the main, because on a 2-hour clock you can wait for your premium star. You don't have to get involved.
Yep.
You don't have to be all in as a bluff level 1.
Who would ever do that?
It got through, all right. It got through.
How old was she?
She was quite old. I really, do you know what? I really let myself down in that moment. I actually did. I shouldn't have shown it. I let myself down, and I was disappointed in myself after. I should have just silently put it into the muck, but I couldn't help but windmill it over. Not many people run a bluff for their tournament life in level 1 of the WSOP main event.
Against a 65-year-old grandma from Texas.
Keep with the Kings.
So 4 players left. There you go, Tom. Thomas Clark, you did well in the mini main. Cashed in the mini main 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely cashed in the mini main. I was 32 minutes away from making day 2 in the mini main.
You was.
Cashed in the Colossus last year.
Did you? Yeah. I didn't realise you played the Colossus.
Yeah,
Nice.
cashed in the Colossus. I did.
Oh, Chef Brad's here.
Oh,
He'll probably want 10%.
Good remember. Thanks for reminding people on that, Thomas. And well done this week. Great effort as I get again. Well done to you. You are Mr. Consistent for sure.
Tom Gill's in. The Dinga Donga's in.
You keeping notes of all these?
Yep.
Good lad. Thanks, Tom. Hope your back's better, by the way. Obviously, I didn't come up with the clubs last week to Scotland. I'm hoping to come up the first week in June after Reading. That fingers crossed. That's my plan. Cheers, Razor Kev. It's dreamy moments like this is what I love about our poker community. Absolutely priceless. Thank you very much indeed.
Just imagine just having a run, like
Yeah.
getting the money, and think about day 4, day 5.
Oh, the leg, not the back. Leg might be good by then. Yeah, I'll keep you informed. I'm hoping to come up after Reading the first week in June. That's the plan.
So we're nearly 20% of the way there, and it's been out
10 minutes.
Literally. we're not going to have a problem. And this is just for the people watching the stream now. I'll probably get more traction later on in the evening.
Yeah.
We will go to a giveaway shortly as well, guys. Got to get out the final Road to Vegas ticket. Come join the tower playing the main event perhaps at Vegas. Team Grosvenor going to be out there in the summer. You can get yourself in for cheap. Road to Vegas online. On the river, Keith gets there. Would love to see some value when check 2. I just need to assess here. George going to bet a jack, he's going to bet a 10 when turn goes check. George's going to block himself. And we'll know he's beat when he gets snapped. A great effort, guys. Mark Waits on Facebook says, yes, please, 1 unit for me. Sean Perry says, I'd gladly have 1%. Obviously, we need to get in contact with you guys how to go about payment. So, it does help if you are on social and you have Facebook, and we can contact you on there via the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page.
Cheers, Pesky. Sean Perry in for a pen, in for one. Cheers, guys. Mihail is in again with the ace 5. In for 11.
Yeah, once Keith raises here, nah, just fold still, Keith. Don't need to be doubling up the person on our direct left. Got the chips, but would be spinning the wheel here if we called Jack 8 off, not one. Oh, he's counting another chip from his stack. He looks like he's ready to call and run it, and here we go. Keith's going to have a spin. He's going to like what he sees. 2 in-betweeners here. This is a Keith Littlewood special, let's call it. He may just feel it. Oh, and feel it, he does. Jack on the flop, no real runners
for Keith.
No ace 5 runners other than the running straights. Are going to need an ace as Mihail.
Jack on the turn, and that is it. Dead on the turn, Mihail. All in for the 5th time, but busting out this time. What a great run.
What a run from Mihail.
What a great run, local lad Mihail. He's already gone. He's already gone.
Paul Trotter says, did you miss my comment? I would like a unit. Paul Trotter. Paul. Another one. Going to be getting involved.
Martin Kavanagh.
Martin Kavanagh, another one. Okay.
Is in.
Martin Kavanagh in. Paul Trotter in. This is not going to be a problem. We might even have it done by the end of today. Mate, and like, even when it fills up, guys, if you want to go as a reserve, you can go as a reserve list. I assume out of 75 people, there may be a handful that potentially may drop out, because we need to get payment from everyone before we send Tower out for the WSOP main event. You're down, Trotter. Kev Blore would like a unit as well. Kev Blore. And 10-8 suited for George.
Get a free one if you want it. Yeah, just seems having it.
Talking to Kevin Allen's in.
Kev Allen's in.
Kev Allen's in.
Good evening, Kev.
Good evening, Kev.
10-8 suited. What? Did Twan just flat ace king? No, that can't be right. Can this be right?
10-8, 7 all clubs.
Just jam pre-tower. Just jam pre as Twan. We win it here and now. Don't even have to go post flop. Now we're just going to have to check fold our ace king on the 10-8-7 mono. If we just jam pre, that's it. It's ours. How much per unit? £105 per unit, Fizz. And this is for obviously 1% of the main event. It obviously covers some travel, accommodation, expenses, and then it gives us some room just in case the exchange rate changes over the next month or so. Did Trump call? Okay, he's going to take one off ace king, no club. Guess now we get here 10 on the turn for George. Lovely sight to see. Now probably want to be playing for stacks, but I guess we just go small. Still can play for stacks on the river. Little B40, 120. Going to put 530 in the pot and 400 in to one stack. But goes for the knuckle back, and it may work if an ace or a king rolls off. But it's the 8 on the river. Too many boats for George. Although Tuan may now get suspicious with his ace high here. Oh, is he going to bet? Oh no. Oh no. Tuan lad. Just can show down here. Like, we should have jammed pre in the first place, but now we get here. Like, we don't fold anything. We don't fold out better two pairs. We may fold George off some chops. Could be what he's thinking. He's trying to get George off a chop here. But this could have all been avoided with a pre-flop jam. Now we're just in tangles. We're going to have an easy decision when George says the words that he's all in. There it is. Pretty easy fold now for Tuan, but this could have all been avoided. Just jam pre, sir. We've got ace king. Just flush out the equity off the 10-8 suited. It wouldn't have called our jam, I can tell you that. Now we're going to be left with 7 big blinds to spin for Tuan. He's not bet calling. He can't be bet calling.
He is.
No.
He's got all kinds of tank banks to use.
So, should have probably jammed pre, didn't do it. Should have fold flop, didn't do it. Check, turn, nothing we can do again. And then river, we should just check and hope that George checks back, but we've bet, and now George has raised. Surely this is the street we're going to get right, sir, and let it go. We can't bet call ace king. Like, when we just have a 10 in range, like, George is just never going to bluff this spot. He's got no bluffs. He's bet 230, leaving himself 290 back, Kev. I thought you said, what's he bet? What's he bet? No way. No way. No way. He's called.
He's called it all with ace high.
What on earth?
Oh, man.
Is that hand?
Look at Keith. Look at Keith. He's like, what's that? Oh, wow.
Wow.
The fist bump.
That is pretty crazy. Didn't jam pre. Could have just jammed pre, avoided all of this shenanigans post flop. But then even when we get there, what are we up to, Tower? Bet call, ace high.
What on earth are we beating in that situation?
10-minute break. I need it off that hand. I would really like a 10-minute break. So
there is a 10-minute break until heads up begins. George, Pop, Keith, Littlewood. We'll see you in 10. Just going to dry my eyes.
Small boy got knocked out in the last hand. He was the...
Stay with or change it.
Stay.
Stay with or change it.
Stay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Remember, the trick only works with the kings. Unless you get an ace, it always works with the 4 aces. I don't know how it works, but it does. No. What I'm going to ask you to do, sir, take one card for me.
Take it.
Yeah, take it out of the pack, look at it, remember it, show the camera, show everybody else. Everybody knows what it is. And then pop it in the pack. Remember it, right? If at the end of the trick you forget what it is, just agree with me, okay? Perfect. Now, before we find your card, I'm going to show you something with the aces, specifically the red aces. Because we've got the ace of hearts. I'm going to try and make the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds change places. Not with each other though, with the black ones. I don't know how it happens, but it does. Now, I'll show you again, because it happens pretty quick. Slow motion review. Now, we've got the red ones, that's the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds, and the black ones, which is clubs and spades. Name for me, red or black? Red, watch close. The red aces, watch. So what card did you pick? The 10 of diamonds. What a legend. I don't even know how it happens now. So you can check out, it really is the only 10 of diamonds here in the pack. Say stop for me anywhere. The 10 of diamonds goes in here, but watch, it really does go right in there. But if I snap, the 10 of diamonds changes to the ace of hearts. I don't know what you're thinking. Where is the 10 of diamonds? Have a look, sir. Turn it over. Show everybody. Now, like I said, it does happen pretty quick. In fact, watch. But I know you're thinking, where did the 10 of diamonds go? Yeah, way. Now, some people think I cheat. They think that when you're not looking, I take the 10 of diamonds. They think I hide it in my hand, put it in the box. That's not how it's done, because it's not the 10. To change the ace back to the 10, you shake it like this, that's when it happens. Some people think maybe there's more than one 10 of diamonds. If it was true, it would look hopefully something just like this. Obviously, that's just a lie, because you see, all I've got is the 4 aces. And if you want to know where the 10 is, have a look just here underneath the box. Now, are you not watching any of this? Pay attention. Now, I'll show you again. The 10 of diamonds, so you can see, it really does go down here into the pack. So I don't cheat, sir. Please push it in the deck. And then have a look over here. In my mouth. You know, I don't even know how it gets up there. Now watch again, the 10. It really does go in the middle. Now if I snap, instead of the 10 disappearing, look, the whole pack disappears. I know what you're thinking, where did the deck go? Now, very finally, we'll bend it in two. The bent card, the 10 of diamonds, really does go down in here, so you can see, watch. 1, 2, 3. And I've got absolutely no idea how it's done.
Sean Hayden, ladies and gentlemen.
Need to lie down now.
The old ones. Is it 25? Could easily be a defend for Mitch.
Yeah, it could be tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting. As Mitch here, what is it, 20 of Reese. Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch, tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
Oh, all of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan. And did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially taking all of Reese's chips in 2 hands. No spade either.
He needs one of the 2 live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
what a hand.
What a run out.
Oh, dear me, man. So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Whoa,
done
what's that
here,
here?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Jean Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 18 big blinds. Effective. Ravi calls with the Ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the Ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well. But Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only got to done the ace on the river.
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl.
How was that?
I'm thinking about Mistara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
Run like Ravi.
It's funny because I was checking the first day players that made it to day 2, and you were like top.
So we're back. We are back. There's Simon. Is Simon finished? Oh, there's Simon. Shaking hands. George Pop on the left. Keith Littlewood on the right. So the password. Hey Johnny Zaib, good to see you this week in Leeds. The password is Prem Div. We don't know why, but it is. Here we go, heads up. Keith, chip leader 3.1 million. George Pop on the left 1.6. You've seen the news. You've seen the news, you've seen the release at 6 PM. Absolutely overwhelming. Unbelievable. Keith, 84 bigs. 3.3 million. George with the rest of it. That's wrong. Prem Div. PREMDIV is the password.
I've got to get a giveaway done, guys, because I've got Road to Vegas ticket to give away, and it could go any time as we are heads up.
So heads up, George Pop on the left. Starting to get a few results in the last 12 months.
Yeah, we're going to go to a giveaway, guys, at 6:45. I'm calling it now.
6:45? Get you.
I bet Tower's not even got a question ready.
Is it me asking you?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
King on the turn. Over 7 high. Someone's got to bet. Someone has to bet here. If we both check this down, I'm running out there. They both checked it out. 7 high, 7 high. Chop it up. Well, we're both playing the board. How's no one bet? You've got 7 high, guys.
35 points. 35 points for the league and 26 for second. So that'll get Keith up there. Oh,
that's what I pressed. That's why
you pressed that? Not there. MPL League is not there.
Roy Cyphers, did you see me for a unit, guys? Have we got... Whoa! What's happened to this list over the break? Yeah, you're on, Roy. We are nearly 30% of the way there.
Wow.
Queens for Keith, huge hand, heads up, and King Jack's a big hand, heads up as well. George going to have to continue here. Continue, he does. Six, 7, 8, 2 hearts. Over pair for Keith. Just jams the lot in. Wanting to play for it all here and now. Gets it through.
Thanks, Roy. Password for the free roll is PremDiv, P-R-E-M-D-I-V. PremDiv.
PremDiv.
We don't know what it means. We have no idea. But I'm guessing it's something to do with Leeds United. Cheers, Ron. Great job, Tower, in the main event. The next money maker, the Tower effect. So many kind words. Thank you very much.
A7 for Keith. Starts with complete. George checks his option.
King 7-4.
Just getting the better of George. Flops at the moment. Middle pair. Jack turns an interesting one. George turns a double gutty here. And Keith with a pair still going to have to come along in a heads up scenario.
Yeah, Premier Division. No, I thought it was always Premier League. But anyway.
These are clubs on the river. So really nice spot here for Keith to potentially win some chips. George probably obliged to bluff here with just 10 high. The last giveaway is in 4 minutes time. 4 minutes.
4 minutes? I better get my question out.
You better get your question out.
I think I saw it somewhere.
Better get my paper out. I see you collecting it down there. A 3-1 chip lead for Keith Littlewood here. looking for some much needed MPL points, and he come up to me at the start of the year and he wanted 16 to 1 to finish in the top 20. I'm glad I didn't take that bet. Him and Turk stand there like vultures. Oh, can we get a price, Jay? Can we get a price? Both of them in the top 3. 4 deuce of hearts for George. Raises. Keith with the ace-3. I would maybe get aggro with this one as Keith heads up once in a while. I'm just happy to call ace high. Let's see a flop, it seems. Queen Jack 4, 2 spades, bottom pair, good for George. Joe Dunn on Facebook says, I'm in for 1 unit.
Cheers, Joe Dunn, thank you.
George Ben keeps making the call. Turns a wheel draw. George turns 2 pair. After this hand, guys, need to get this giveaway done. We're heads up. This could finish any time. 80k, 155 on the turn here from George. Keith still with ace high. Picked up a draw to go alongside it. Tough one now here on the turn, whether to continue. Wouldn't fault him for either in a heads up situation. Looks like it's going to come along. Ace of hearts on the river, a disaster for Keith Littlewood. No world in which he's ever going to fold this one now. When we improve to top after calling twice with ace high, George needs to seek value from his bottom 2. What size is George going to go for? He's gone big, 450. And Keith with the ace-3. I doubt we're improving to top pair to fold here on this river. Some fold if Keith can find it. Difficult to call twice with ace high, improve and then let it go. Some of the hands getting there for George though. Some ace X of spades. We're behind 2. We've got no kicker. Some ace 10, king 10. As I said, couldn't really see a world in which Keith ever folded here after improving to top on the end. It's been a great day. Took a while to get to the FT, a couple of hours, come back with 11.
Final giveaway.
I need paper.
What again?
Paper.
All you need is paper all the thing. You want one, that's all you do. Here, have it.
Right, thank you. Last giveaway of the day, guys. One
Yes.
Road to Vegas ticket, £110 worth in value to give away to you guys. Tower asked me a question. I'm going to write my answer down here. Closest to my answer will win the ticket.
Yeah.
1 guess per account. We had a disqualification last round, so please do not get DQ'd. You go in the black book. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't give me any clues in the chat box. What you got
Please
for me, Tower?
don't. Did you know that
No.
you needed to buy a TV licence to watch telly at home?
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah, because every time you go on 4OD or BBC iPlayer on your telly, it comes up with that little warning, have you got a TV licence? And I'll tell you what, I'll give other people a little secret. For those that haven't, you can just put no.
Can you?
Yeah.
And then they believe you?
Yeah, they believe you. Well, that would be yes, but even when you click no, it still goes to the thing.
Do you know how much it is?
No. Is that going to be the question? How much is a TV licence?
I know. Well, I'm going to give you the clue.
Okay.
And make it quite easy. So, A current colour TV licence is £174.50.
That's expensive.
But how much was it in the year 2000?
How much was it in the year 2000? So just pounds, not pence, yeah? Rounding up.
Yeah. How much was it in the year 2000? A TV licence. I'm giving him a clue. We've made it easy. No guesses just yet. We made it really easy for him because we don't want to have it elongated. How much was a TV licence in 2000 if now it is £174.50p? Away you go! There we go. I was actually quite surprised because if you didn't actually know it, I was going to say what was the price of it. But,
Okay.
but I'm guessing now you know you needed one.
Yeah.
That you're probably paying it, or might not be. So there we go. How much was a TV licence in the year 2000 and a colour TV licence? Because you can actually still pay for, I don't know how, but you can actually still pay for a black and white licence.
Really?
Yep. Yep. And the black and white licence at this moment in time, let me just get onto my piece of paper and pen. Well, they don't do black and white anymore. So it's £174.50p, but how much was it in the year 2000? We went to the year 2000.
Why is everyone going so low? Surely it would go up, right? Surely it'd be more expensive in 2000.
Well, you'd have thought.
Because TVs were like hard to have. Like
they were in the 70s. My first TV for my bedroom was a 14-inch black and white radio rentals.
See, Ross has played too much poker with me. Is it that easy? Am I that easy to read, Rosser? Is this why you're 4-betting me and showing me a deuce all the time?
So, how much was a colour TV licence in the year 2000? And you can actually still buy a radio-only licence.
A radio only?
Yep. If you don't have a TV and you listen to the radio and it's got BBC channels on it, you have to have, by law, a radio licence. Which to me is bonkers.
So this could end at any given moment, guys. Tower's going to give us the correct answer after this hand, and then we'll give you a few more minutes to get a guess in. That someone potentially going to be out in Vegas. Got to get through the steps, but it's a place to start. The 110 Road to Vegas seat.
Indeed.
Look at this here. We got some poker being played. Check raise from George, and Keith just free bets the flop with King Queen. This is proper poker.
So, in 2025, right now, a colour TV licence costs £174.50p. But how much did it cost in the year 2000, which is obviously 25 years ago, quarter of a century ago? It actually cost, 25 years ago, £104.
No, it's still quite expensive then.
So it's actually not gone up a lot since the year 2000. But then you could say in the year 2000 it was very expensive. You could look at it that way. So the actual answer is £104, but that's not what we need to know. We need to know what Jace put, and you got 1 minute.
Why do you need a licence for a telly? Out of interest?
BBC. Because the BBC don't have adverts, so they charge people to watch it and fund the BBC and all the radio stations from everybody who pays a TV licence.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Say, for example, I don't watch normal telly or Sky
Yeah.
or anything like that. I
Yeah.
just watch like streaming services,
Yeah.
Netflix. Amazon Prime, and that's all I watch? Do I have to pay for a TV licence?
Apparently you do, but I'm not too sure. So
Interesting.
there we go. The first ever colour TV licence was in 1968, and it cost a tenner. And then it's actually gone up every single year by at least £1 minimum. In 1990 it was £71. So there you go.
Okay, no you don't, live TV only, not streaming.
There you go. Only live TV. There you go. But if you've got BBC iPlayer, then there you go. So there we go, final giveaway on its way. We've got another 30 seconds and then we'll close the tickets.
I'll do for Keith, opens on the button. George out of there.
So, 15 seconds to get your final guesses in. How much does a colour TV licence cost in the year 2000? The correct answer was £104, but it's what Jay's written down, and the competition is closing in 10, in 9, in 8, in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, done. Competition now closed. In the year 2000, a licence cost £104. It cost £174 50p. Now, Jay, I was surprised you knew it, that you needed a licence.
Yeah,
so, and that was I was going to ask you the exact price of a licence nowadays. So, what did you come up with?
I thought it would just be cheap. Do you know what I remembered? I remembered when I was younger and I used to fish. I had to have a fishing licence. I had to go to the post.
true.
I had to go to the post office.
Yeah.
I remember it was about 20 quid.
Yeah.
So I went around there. I went a little bit more because TV probably a little bit better than fishing.
Which it is.
So I went for 25 quid.
25 quid for a TV licence in the year 2000. The actual answer was 104. Did anybody get close to yours? Can't have.
Yes, two people actually got it spot on.
No way!
And those two people were Shade Master.
The Shade Master.
And Jake Bryan Poker. So for you two, red or black in the chat, only one ticket, first place precedent. And we got an all in a call here. Any fours about?
We could have a champion.
So needing
a 4.
A 4.
For a champion.
And Keith is victorious, but not looking good. 5%.
A 4 for a champ. Oh, he's not. So George swaps around.
Yeah, pair v pair, bit of a call up in a heads up situation.
Nearly had a champion straight away.
Jake Bryan has gone red. That means Shade Master, you are black.
Well done indeed.
And this is for a 110 Road to Vegas seat on Grosvenor Poker. Keith relinquishes the chip lead, 2-1 chip lead now for George.
Yeah. The password for the free roll Paula is PREMDIV. PREMDIV.
So good thing being about heads up. You see lots of flops, so we shouldn't be waiting long. Red for Jake Bryan. Black for Shade Master. Good luck, guys.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
hold on a second. He's got no chance now. You can't double.
Oh no!
You can't double someone up and make your odds of winning less. Queen 3 suited for George. Keith with the A7. Red or black. And it is a red flop. So Jake Bryan Poker, you have a 110 Road to Vegas ticket. I need your alias that you play on Grosvenor Poker, please. These should all be in your account Monday.
Name for the list. Richie Pearson.
Richie P.
Richie P. Stick him on the list, please.
Ace on the turn. Thanks, Jake. Just remember, this could end at any time, so if you got it with you now, probably best to get it in the chat box because it's heads up. We could be off air in 3 minutes.
There's a red flop. Well done, Jake. Portsmouth winner.
Bluff here from George. Feels like pretty low down his range. Can Keith make the correct decision here? Saw him call incorrectly with an ace that he rivered earlier. This one's a bit different. Flushes completing, 4 liners to straights out there. 2 pair probably gets the value bet as well. Maybe not for this size actually, which is kind of interesting. Maybe George going to be choosing smaller sizes with some of his 2 pairs. Keith Splash, just seen Instagram. What's the crack with the WSOP main event for Tower? If you want 1%, it is £105 for 1 unit. £105 for 1 unit, and there are 75 units available.
Evening, Keith. Thanks, Keith. So George Pop on the left, Keith Littlewood on the right hand side. Keith is going to be right up there, if not leading again. this must take him to the lead, won't it, Keith, in the NPL?
Yeah, I think it would. Keith having to call after checking back flop, faced with the turn lead. Going to have some difficult decisions on rivers here. And 4 of hearts, maybe a saving grace. Some draws getting that. Keith actually going for a little 100k on the end there. Not sure that was a value bet. George worried about the flush completing. Felt like check call was the best avenue to take. Ace Queen for Keith, big hand in a heads up situation. Probably not getting action from the King 6 off of George though, out of the way for George. The password is Prem Div. I'll put it in the chat. Prem Div. King 3 for Keith on the button opens. Jack 10 suited for George. I might have jammed this one. It's kind of interesting. Maybe 25, 26 too much. We do flop the best of it on Jack 6-3. Top pair, bottom pair for Keith. Can just come out firing. Starts with half George. Heads up's kind of interesting. It's not one of these that's just clear check call. We can actually start raising some of our top pair for value. Similar to like button versus big blind, cutoff versus big blind in full ring, where some of the top pairs actually get to raise for value, as we see here. And Keith, that's taking no time before making a quick call with the King 3. If he stays a non-believer to the river, this could be over. On the turn, big card for George, just in case Keith did have one of these better Jack X or over pairs, and it's going to slow it down. Keith looking for showdown here, and maybe thinks that George has a lot of this 4-5, 4-7, 5-7 now, and gets a 3 on the river. Are you sure? Where has this been pulled from? And George just going to have to double Keith up here, right? We go for value. Keith jams. We probably can't fold our hand. Oh, looks like a jam from George himself, and sees how unfortunate that river was, and basically neck and neck, well not neck and neck, we're at 50k, still separated by 12, 13 bigs, but really does make it anyone's again now. Keith. With a slight advantage now, Keith Littlewood. Was a setup indeed, Brad. £40,000 up top, 30k for second, so we are playing for a 10k heads up bout between these two. And the Man United shirt working well for Keith, which is strangely
get his coat back on.
That's what he needs back on.
Get his coat back on.
Has Jay given his answer yet? £25.
25 quid. It was 104 and now it's £174.50. So the final giveaway, well done one and all. All the winners are going to get their tokens in the next 24 hours. Tom will be sent the spreadsheet and email. Well done everybody. And good luck, and please let us know if you do either cash, make Vegas with a package, or do well at Goliath, which we've got to get because I've got Ian Roberts' details.
Thank you for tuning in to the stream, Joe Jock. And just a quick one, guys. I don't mention this so much, but I don't bang on all the time about it, but would appreciate if you give the channel, wherever you're watching from, a like, follow, subscribe, dependent on the platform you're on. Give it a like, follow the channel, get notified when we go live next. We're off to Reading in a couple of weeks, but just show some love. Plenty of streams coming up for the rest of 2025. Me and Tower will be in Reading for the 888 in a couple of weeks, and then Tower and Sam down to Portsmouth and then up to Edinburgh. You go from one end to the other in the space of a week.
I think we're just going to go straight there, just like start walking from Portsmouth and up in Edinburgh a couple of days later.
Well, I'd actually love to know what actually would happen first. You walking from Portsmouth to Edinburgh, or a snail trying to travel a mile? It'd probably be close. I reckon it would be a close call. I'd still have the snail travelling a mile. King 7 for Keith on the button. Opens. George with the 8-9. Clear defend. Well, I say clear defend. Takes the middle in. Connected. And takes it upstairs. Interesting choice from George. It does put the King 7 in a rough spot for Keith here on the button.
So Keith 52 bigs, George 47. The irony, Keith won this main seat as a bounty prize and no re-entries. Oh, did he pull a bounty that said a main event seat?
Must have done.
How good is that? Kenny Billups, can you put me down for a unit, big man? We certainly will, Kenny. You're a gem. Big Kenny.
Just let you know, PK, as well, we got Richie P and Keith Splash who also want 1%.
There we go. Cheers, boys. And
I've been locked out the spreadsheet for some reason.
Oh, have you? Kenny Billups involved as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Richie P, yeah? Is that
Yeah.
DP, yeah?
Yeah, Richie P, Kenny Billups.
And Keith Splash.
Do you want my details on here, Tower? No, I've got it, Ian. Thank you very much. I've got your details for the Goliath win. Well done. I'm going to hand them over to Joe.
Well, just let you know, Tower, we're 40% of the way there, mate. And it was about an hour this has been live. We're not going to have any problems at all, but someone that will have problems is Keith Littlewood in this spot. Ace 5. Going to be in a world of hurt on all rivers. We're going to have to pace her. Just 9 of diamonds, clean as you like for George. Going to get to go for another street.
I don't think it was down to the one person.
Well, within the 1,000. Which ones did you get spot on?
The melting point of steel or something, and I guess 1200 degrees, and you went, have you got that? And the football question on the high score, 36-0.
That's the easy ones then, that everyone knows.
Obviously, obviously.
Everyone knows the melting point of steel, and everyone knows about the 36-0 walloping.
It went off for a couple of seconds, did it really? Yeah, well done. We're told 25 points and 36 points to for these two. 25. I don't know where George. 25. I don't know where George is in the leaderboard. Even if he is or not, I'm not too sure. I don't actually know. $10-7-4, two clubs. Sounding very Norman Collier at the moment. Get yourself a refresh, Ian. Our YouTube at the moment is fine. I'm not saying everybody's is not, because yours isn't, but mine's fine. I've just listened to it. So please refresh. Password is Premdiv, Premdiv. Yes, Arbroath versus Bonaccord, 36-0. That's a goal every 2.5 minutes. Tom Kavanagh says YouTube's working fine.
Ace Queen for Keith, gets a walk. These two separated by a crumb now.
She opened 2-1.
Thanks, Sarah. We didn't know the deal between us, though. We just wanted to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like 35 each. I'm not bothered about the points, to be honest, but I like to play.
Yeah, see you win. No, it's good, nice to see you win.
Trained lot. Darren Naylor. 1%, please. Cheers, Darren.
Ace 10 suited for Keith. Opens on the button here. Oh, and George has got 8s. George has got 8s. Just calls though. I'm so shocked. Oh, he hasn't called. Okay. He's just put his blind in. This makes a lot more sense. These two hands should get in here. At 40 effective, ace 10 suited, pocket 8s, heads up. It seems like two that want to get in. And there's the all in. Dry smile from George. We're not free bet folding 8s, heads up, sir. Here we go.
Look at the smile on the face from Keith.
So the graphic says that George has Keith outchipped by 95k. We will get clarification if George holds it.
Absolutely will. Off we go. Keith ace 10. Jack Queen 4. King's now playing.
Yeah, so 10 outs as well as backdoor diamonds for Keith Littlewood. And we'll be all but champion. 1.5 bigs left in George's stack. And the ace of clubs on the turn.
Now George could be left with a big blind here. If it's not an 8 on the river, it is not an 8 on the river. So George Pop is going to be left with 1.5 big Bs.
Yeah, that's where like peak viewing, guys. Why this is going to take about 2 minutes to count all these chips and get the stacks right. You're probably wondering, a lot of talk about the WSOP main event. We are sending the tower to Vegas this year. It goes every year anyway, but we are sending him to play the WSOP main event. There are 75 units available. Each unit costs £105. This covers 1% for his main event. Also some travel expenses on there as well, and there may be a little bit left over. We're just leaving some room just in case the exchange rate goes up before we go to Vegas. So if you want to back the man and have a little 1% sweat of him in Vegas this year for the main event, go to the Grosvenor Facebook page, drop them a message, say you'd like 1%, we'll put you on the list, and then we're probably going to be collecting funds in a few weeks' time, and it will all be there in a pot. We'll send Vegas out there, we'll send Tower out there, he's going to come back with 10 million, we'll all take our 100k each, and everyone's happy.
What I will be doing is doing a lot of live Facebook Live from Vegas during the World Series, and obviously the build up to it. There will be a lot of footage that we will be putting on Grosvenor Poker for all the footage regarding getting out of bed, having a wash, well, maybe not watching me in the shower like, but getting ready for the World Series.
How many hours is Vegas behind?
8.
8, okay. I'm just thinking. Oh no, actually, I was going to think about not watching lives at Saturday in the morning at Vegas, but there's no football anyway. I was trying to make a treble joke, but while in Vegas, there's no treble.
Towers treble live on Facebook Live.
Yeah, but I was trying to make a treble joke, but
there'll be no football, and I don't back friendlies. It sounded like they were discussing a deal. I missed that, Ian Campbell.
We got no deals here.
I missed that. Oh, here we go, straight away. Have you got Kings? He's not even stacked his chips up.
He's asked the dealer for a pretty hand to have his photo with.
How has he picked up Kings? This to end it.
This would end it. Before the run out, Stu Procky wants 1%.
Cheers, Stu. Stu Procky. How do you pick up Kings?
It's good for the winner's picture though if he holds. Nice.
Everything's been stuck to 1%, the Welly Wanger. Please confirm. Well, we've got Queens.
A little 2 outer.
Yeah. We need a queen to survive, and then the spin is back on again. If we don't get a queen, Keith Littlewood is going to win his first ever GUKPT. And he said 3. Well done, Keith. Well done, Keith. Top, man.
Woo! Mystery bounty as well.
Mystery
main
bounty.
event. Top of the MPL probably.
Got his seat via the mystery bounty prize. Well done to him. George is off. Oh,
You can say it. You can say it. You've been waiting 3 days to say it. You can say it. Go on.
George goes pop.
There we go. He's been waiting 3 days for that.
Let's go and have a word with them.
Tower's going to head down to the floor for the trophy presentation and the interviews, guys. We'll head back to the booth to do the thank yous. But that's it for us in Leeds. Main event done and dusted. Been a good week. I only joined Friday, but I know mini main went well. High roller went well as well. But nice turnout in the main. We were a bit worried with the first flight on the Thursday with the number of runners that turned up. But as always, the players come through the door on the Friday, as we know. Guarantee was smashed, creating a decent prize up top, just north of 40k for Keith Littlewood. Commiserations to George Pop. I think George played very well last couple of days, didn't really do much wrong. Sometimes heads up, you just need the cards, you need the run of it, and I just don't think George had that heads up. Feel like Keith had the better distribution. Big thank you to you guys in the chat box. So much easier with you guys there. We do these giveaways for you. We give away 500 to £1,000 all the time. But he got down there quick, so I'm going to have to cut that short. We'll come back and finish in the booth anyhow. But we're heading down to the floor with Tower and George Pop.
Many congratulations on finishing second. I tell you what, these are tough tables to play.
They are very fun to play. But they do get hard at times.
Yeah, we've seen you quite a few times, and you're getting up there. You're getting towards the last two tables on quite a regular basis now, and your play is always really good. A lot of players out there are starting to know the name George. You know, it's one of these.
Like I think my best result till now was like 5th, and I was just struggling to get over there to get more on the top. But yeah, this is my best result right now for the GUKPT, and I hope I win one in the future. Yeah.
We think you've got the game. We really do. We've been watching it, and like I said, these tables are tough. It was an interesting table. A lot of different characters on the table this time.
Yeah. Kate was playing very aggressive. He knew how to put the pressure in the spots and all that. And then there were just some shorts and. Yeah, I just tried to keep my stack alive on the final table to get to the top 3 or something like that. And that's how I did it.
And you always had a stack as well, so we knew we thought you were going to run deep.
I had a lot of tough spots where I just kind of made tight folds because I wanted to save my stack. I didn't want to risk it and then just be short. And it worked well.
Fantastic effort, second down to 247. George, lovely to watch you playing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. But the winner, and I think back up at the NPL top of the leaderboard, you once said to me that you were going to get an interview in a Man United shirt. You once said to me
Proved
that
it.
you're going to do it.
In Leeds, Man United are guaranteed to win whenever they're in Leeds because it just happens. It always has to happen, doesn't it? Man United always win in Leeds, so come on.
Yeah, you always told me we'd end up doing it at some point. What a great game. We've really enjoyed watching this final table. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, the final was great. I think there was more fun and action on the outer tables, to be fair, which you never got to see, but...
You are very consistent at the minute, you really are, and you're right up there on the MPL and you play a lot, and over the last 2 years you've got some great results, man.
Yeah, I have.
Feeling a bit emotional, I can tell. I can tell we're feeling a bit emotional. The only trophy Man United are going to win is this one that Simon's going to get to you. We'll keep it short. Emotional guy.
Cheers, Howard.
Well, this is fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get Simon to hand over the trophy. Can I have a massive round of applause, please, for the winner of the GUKPT, Keith Littlewood. Emotion. The emotions of winning a trophy mean it all. You're a top guy. You've done a lot for the last 2 years. That's a great result. Well done, fella.
Thanks, Tower. Brilliant. It does mean a lot winning the main.
It does. Jay, from a tear to Keith Litwood, please, finish us off.
That is us, guys. What a couple of great interviews there. Keith getting a bit emotional there with his first GUKPT main event title. Tears were coming down the eyes of that one.
I tell you what, sometimes trophies mean more than money.
Oh yeah, no, there you go. That's what it is. That's what it's about, Tower.
That's the trophy in the Man United cabinet for this year.
Oh, it's also good. It's like a pilot getting ready for next Thursday, because the tears are going to be coming down his face next Thursday, aren't they? So we know that. But great person to win. One of the nicest people you can meet off the table.
Absolutely.
He's a top guy.
Totally agree. And to be fair, he's got a little bit of Kaluki money there as well.
Oh yes, lovely.
A super winner. Absolutely fantastic. Well done, Keith. And it does take him, I think it takes him to the top of the NPL. We'll get confirmation of that, and obviously the leaderboard will be on social media on Facebook and on Grosvenor Poker, but we'll have confirmation on the next live stream in 10 days from Reading for the UKPL that Cardroom Direct do. But that was fun.
It was fun.
That was a good event. We thought it might struggle, but eventually smashed it over the line, and everybody turned out for a massive lead. So well done, one and all. It was really, really good. And thank you, everybody. This guy for absolutely making one of my dream. It looks like it's coming true, and you guys out there supporting everything that this guy. I honestly thought when he said it 6 months ago, it was just literally just an off the cuff message, and I
knew we'd get it.
What on earth have you just said?
And like we've already nearly got 40% of the units sold. We released it at 6 o'clock on stream. 90 minutes later, we're nearly 50% of the way there. So imagine what's going to happen in a week. It should all be gone easily. Yeah. We're probably going to have a reserves list longer than the actual units list, to be fair.
Unbelievable.
But we'll see how it goes.
Amazing. We'll keep you updated. PK will keep you updated on social media, on Grosvenor Poker about that. But honestly, yes, the tears might start. But thank you very much, one and all. It's been an amazing Leeds GUKPT. Really, really enjoyed it. You guys always make it fantastic and a good laugh. We've had a laugh in the chat box as always, and we are back in 10 days. A UKPL down in Reading should be a cracker, but we have a new winner in the GUKPT spot, and it is Mr. Keith Littlewood. Well done, Keith.
Well done,
really,
Keith.
really good winner, and top of the NPL as well. Thanks everybody for tuning in over the course of the last 5 days. We have had a blast, and we'll see you in 10 days in Reading for the Tower and the top team in the game. Ta-ta.
Good night. Over on that turn card, and the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95%.